I ain't here to bore you, you ain't gotta say it. I'm embarrassed for you, always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the IronLordsPodcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddy and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to bore you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the IronLordsPodcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddy and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to bore you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the IronLordsPodcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddy and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to bore you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the...
Big player.
I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be Mito. I know it's my destiny, word to Carnito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
I think we're ready to rock.
Ha! Welcome to a wonderful Sunday. And as you may see, Cog isn't here. So if you think you're getting special intros, that's not going to happen. And if you think I'm going to do deep dives on topics, well, again, you'll be wrong. But what I do have is I have all of us here, the four horsemen in the realm, because my man Forte is a horseman. But my brother from another mother. Okay, I'm not gonna do that.
You don't even try
you
it.
already started.
Be king. Just be
Yo,
king.
I wasn't even. I can't even do it. I was like, nah, I ain't even gonna do it. Yo, my boy Attic. Attic, how's your weekend? What's going on? Tell me what's new.
Tired, man. This played. First off, I'm at the very end of Tears of the Kingdom. Finally, after like a year and a half of playing it, feels like I don't think it's been out for a year and a half, but you guys get the point. It's been a chaotic thing. I will say that I think I'm enjoying this one more than I enjoyed Breath of the Wild.
You said that.
Yeah, but I still, because I'm playing Ocarina of Time on Adage Arena right now.
Yeah.
I just beat I think it's the Water Temple. I just beat the Water Temple, and I could tell you right now that like I'm enjoying that experience more than I'm enjoying all of it.
So you like the Ocarina of Time more than you like the other stuff, the new stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's always said that. He likes that type of Zelda. He doesn't like the open world Zelda as much.
Like he liked the dungeon based one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dungeon-based ones. Yeah, that's what he likes.
I
mean,
like
heard-
Skyward Sword.
Yes, we know this. We've heard this story before. No, but I get it. I get it. Because it's like, Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild. It really is like, I've never seen open worlds like that. I really haven't seen open worlds like that where you just kind of just go. That's why I always call it an immersive sim, because you get in there, you do that whatever hell you want. So I get it. The structure of an old school Zelda is kind of lost in there. Although they tried more with Tears of the Kingdom. I heard that it was more dungeon like.
I heard they had dungeons.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah,
dungeons.
because they didn't have quote unquote dungeons in the first one. So this one, I heard that they have dungeons. But again, I'm a fraud because Attic is at the end. I'm a little bit in the beginning. I got a couple of powers and stuff like that. And you said you're at where you at, Sav?
Where? And the intro, bro. I introed and I was like, I can't do this right now. And that was what, a year ago.
No, wait, so you ain't even jump out the cave yet, man?
Nah, brother. No, that's my life right now. Like that's not happening.
Man.
What about you, Forte?
Oh man, I conquered that game 7 months ago. I
Let
had
me
like
ask-
260 hours, 263, something like that. Pretty ridiculous.
Let me ask you a question because I'm struggling with gaming time, right?
Mhm.
How do you manage your gaming time? Do you play any games of service? Games as a service? Well, I see, and you know why I asked you that because I have a very pertinent question after you answer.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I'm playing a little bit of First Descendant now, not as much as I would probably be playing if I wasn't completely burned out on Destiny and playing that for over 10 years. But when it comes to like kind of managing it and stuff, I like for Tears, especially since I can play on handheld. I don't even remember the last time I hooked my Switch up to my TV. I play my Switch up until probably the last 3 months every day. Tears of the Kingdom I was playing on lunch breaks at work. When I was getting ready, whenever I was about to go to bed, I would like play for like 30-40 minutes before I went to sleep. So that's kind of how I manage playing my Switch versus playing everything else, because everything else is either sitting at my computer or sitting at my couch.
Okay.
So I think it's a little, that's why I always tell people certain games are kind of geared. And I think Tears being an open world game is really, really built and tilt towards playing it in bits and pieces, not trying to like steamroll 8-9 hours of it at a time. Versus Ocarina of Time, that's a game that you kind of want to immerse yourself in, and you kind of want to take every little, because you're in those environments for so little of a time in those dungeons, you kind of want to like take all of it in as what it is versus what Tears brings on a grander scale. It's too much to do in Tears to try to like put 4 or 5 hours into it at one time, because guess what? You're gonna miss something, and then on top of that, it's not gonna feel like that 5 hours isn't gonna feel like you did something unless you like beat like one of the temples or you complete like a boss run or something. For the most part, the game is so big, you want to like take little bites at it over the course of the time of beating it, versus something like a Hellblade 2. 4 hours feels like I did a lot in this game, and I can come back and finish the rest of it later.
4 hours, you're done, pretty much.
Yeah, well, 4 hours, you're done.
Don't, please don't say that, because these guys will start running around with the game is 4 hours. So, but Attic, that's the only thing that you've been doing this week?
Yeah, pretty much that. I played Punch Out last night for almost 4 hours.
How was that?
Yeah, how was that?
sir?
Yeah, Punch Out.
I enjoy it. There is things that like people was just like, oh,
Punch Out or Super Punch Out?
Just Punch Out.
I'm about to say, real Punch Out or the other Punch Out?
Like my issue with
Punch Out and Mike Tyson's Punch Out. You play Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
My issue with like the game is the inconsistency on like certain mechanics in the game, where they'll like show you how to like you get those stars, but then I feel like getting those stars, because it's like every fighter has got a tell that you get those stars by utilizing that tell, but then I feel like the actual consistency of doing that is not that well either, because it'd be like sometimes I hit the dude with the eyebrows, get a star one round, not get a star the next round. It is just like, and then what's funny is like sometimes you'll get like a bunch of stamina to fight one person, and then sometimes you won't, and I'm just like, make it make sense. Like,
I feel you. I got to check the stream. I haven't played it in so long, and I was a fan of Mike Tyson's Punch Out, but I was more a fan of Super Punch Out than I was of Mike Tyson's Punch Out, because when I got my Super Nintendo, all the upgrades that was there,
I will say that after playing the game, because this is the second time I played it, it is interesting that like Nintendo didn't keep up that franchise in some way, shape, or form. Like, because it's a fun franchise. It's a fun franchise.
Might be back with Switch 2. Might launch. Might be a launch title.
Got the super Punch Out. They're gonna call it the Switch Punch Out.
We need some Punch Out.
Switch 2 Punch Out, boo.
We Punch Out didn't get as much love as it deserved. That was pretty good. I like We Punch Out.
Because the Wii machine was for super casuals. So that's about it. Wii Sports got more love than Wii Punch Out.
That was the only game people played.
So my guy Sovereign, the man in the chair, the man that holds the purse strings of everybody in the room.
Except Forte. I don't own Forte.
Listen.
Kinda. We'll see.
We don't never know. But tell me, Suave One, what have you been doing this week, Messiah?
What have I been doing this week? Damn, what did I do this week? So I been kind of putting the ROG Ally X through its paces. So I've been messing with that a lot. And I like it. I like it a lot. I think as an upgrade, I knew it wasn't going to be super substantial over the regular ROG Ally, but it had the things that I really wanted from it, which was more RAM, better battery life, kind of some changes in terms of thermals and ergonomics and stuff like that. But otherwise, everything else, and actually the kind of the onset of their Armory Crate, their interface, basically, that makes it more like a handheld as opposed to a PC. Armory Crate getting this big update to kind of mitigate some of the issues that people had with it, where it being like very sort of Windows 11 focused. And the fact of the matter is that all those other things that it seems to work very well. Any game that I played before that had like the slightest little bit of a hiccup or whatever is silky smooth. The UI, just dealing with the UI back and forth, it's just silky smooth because of the extra RAM. Ergonomically, it feels more like a controller. The back of the original ROG Ally was kind of straight and very angled. So now it feels like a controller on the back. So it feels better to play. What else? In terms of Armory Crate stuff, I'm be honest, I wanted to use it more, and I'm like, you know what? I don't need this. I know that I bought a portable PC. It is a portable PC. I'm fine with that. I'll just go into Steam. Every now and again, I'll throw in big picture mode if I need to, if I want to. But other than that, I just go in and launch it like I was launching it off my desktop, and it's no big deal because once I start playing the game, it's not an issue.
Bigger question for us regular ROG Ally owners, the first iteration. is that Armory Crate update available for us, or is it just console specific to the update, the new
No,
one?
that is across all ROGs. So you'll get it for the ROG Z1 because you also you're the
Oh, so I don't need the update.
yeah. You don't need unless again the RAM upgrade, the hard drive upgrade, which again is something you could do physically yourself if you wanted to upgrade.
That'll never happen.
The storage. Yeah,
I'm not doing surgery.
That was another thing for me. I was like, you know, I feel like opening up my machine. I tell you, I used to be the most technical gaming lord. I'd open up my machines. I'm tired. I don't want to do any of this stuff. I'd rather buy a new machine with more storage than add storage to it. That's where I am right now in my life. So I did that.
I don't even put the upgraded SSD or additional SSD in my PlayStation. My PlayStation, as is from the factory, he's never getting any upgrades to him.
Same thing.
Oh, man.
And that upgrade is so easy. It literally is you click it off and you just screw in the thing that says
y'all like the people that call my store and ask how to put this thing in, and y'all know y'all can go right to YouTube and load in 2 seconds.
It is 2 seconds, but for me, what I realized is like PlayStation is my exclusive, but I only play their exclusives on there, so I don't need to have all these games installed at once.
Oh, I'm with you on that.
Especially if they ain't got no games this year. I'm just saying.
I mean, it is a backlog, King. It is called a backlog.
Thank God.
Through it right. They working through it right now.
Thank God I haven't played Ghost of Tsushima.
You got that PC version. I know you're rocking on that what's the NZXT?
No, actually, I'm playing on my ROG.
Oh, so okay, yeah, because it runs well on the ROG. Yeah,
I'm playing on my ROG, so I'm pretty cool.
Yeah, I have to download that on the ROG to see how it runs. I know it definitely. They said it's a very good version of that.
It runs better than my Steam.
Oh yeah,
because I downloaded it on my Steam, and then I have Steam on my ROG.
So this is a conversation that's been going around for a while now, with the ROG versus the Steam Deck, and a lot of people in the know keep landing on the Steam Deck like it's just better, and it bothers me a little bit because the ROG is objectively the more powerful machine,
right?
And the interface is not so like if you're somebody who deals with PCs all the time. You saying that the interface is, I can't do this on this small screen. That's BS, man. Just launch the game and play the games. Like, I have a problem with that argument. When the guys at Digital Foundry are arguing that stuff, when Jeff Gerstmann's arguing that, I'm like, huh? Like, I don't get it. Like, you guys deal with PCs all the time. You bought a portable PC. I can understand wanting that interface. And they're continuing to work on that. I know Microsoft on their end is working on it. So I get it. But at the same time, it is not this hurdle that you cannot get over simply because you're playing in a portable form factor. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And the machine is objectively more powerful than the Steam Deck. So
all right, so we're gonna go back to an age-old conversation about cell phones, mobile devices, and how Android and Apple are basically compared, and how everybody says Apple is a better phone, but Android is the phone of people that want to do more. That's what you're dealing with when it comes to the ROG Ally versus the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck is something you can literally just pick up and install games on, where the ROG Ally, if you're not the most technically sound person,
you're messed up.
It won't give you the experience that the Steam Deck will give you. So you're absolutely right about that. It just always comes back to ease of use. Like if I'm going to give it to my daughter, or I'm going to give it to my son, or I got an older my dad, my father-in-law. He is 61, and he still plays games a lot. If I wanted to introduce him to something like a handheld, it would probably be a Steam Deck, unless he actually asked me for something like a ROG Ally.
Wouldn't it be?
That's kind of the difference.
But wouldn't it be? I mean, it's a Steam Deck. It's not a PlayStation deck. It's not an Xbox deck.
But you never really have to get down to the kernel of it
I haven't booted up my Steam Deck in over a year. Maybe that interface is leaps and bounds over what it was. So it's that much more simplified.
Listen, you log into that thing, and it literally asks you if you have an account, and if you have an account, you log in,
and that's it.
And that's it.
And you're not really dealing too much with that interface.
And then you don't have to worry about the games because they have that's the other thing too. like on Steam, they have a list. When you log in, they tell you the recommended games that are for the Steam Deck.
Okay.
So
See, that wasn't front and center before. By the time I left it, it was still you're right. You're by the time you're still seeking it out on your own. You're like, okay, what is a Steam Deck verified? And then verified, a lot of people didn't really quite know what verified means. Like sometimes verified could be the smallest little thing, like, hey, the text looks correct or whatever. And if that doesn't exist, then it's unverified or whatever. So I know how they operate, and I know that little by little, all those little kinks in the armor, they're going to fix. I know that. For me, it's the power, right? To me, they're both still enthusiast machines. I don't see the random casual persons being like, I want a Steam Deck necessarily, even though, okay, fair, the interface is much simpler now. I still feel it is a boutique enthusiast type machine. So the people that would more naturally gravitate to it are people that understand the PC interface. So the argument to me just still, it doesn't.
I give a little bit of pushback on that, only for the fact is, if you're a gamer that, let's say you predominantly play on PC, right? And that is your ecosystem. Well, Steam will probably be your default gaming,
your purchasing
platform.
ecosystem.
Your platform. So then the Steam Deck automatically, by default, turns into your handheld of choice. Because literally, okay, so the difference between when I go to my ROG and I put on Steam, it's huge. Then when I take my Steam Deck and just log in, if I was to give my mother a phone, I would buy her an iPhone. I would not buy her a Samsung. I definitely wouldn't, because she would be calling me night and day. How do I update this? They're telling me this and they're sending me here. She will get hacked, and her bank accounts will be drained in a matter of days, opposed to an iPhone. Well, I think that is like phones for dummies. And I'm not gonna lie. Steam Deck is portable handhelds for dummies. And I'm a Steam Deck user, so hi, I'm a dummy. Steam Deck.
Yeah, I'm seeing people in the chat like, I'm alone on this. I'm like, oh, I can't believe it. Like, I don't know. For me, again, maybe I still have that sort of that tinkering sort of mentality.
You do. You do.
But I don't have to. But the ROG doesn't require that much tinkering, and it's considerably more powerful. Like, okay, that's another thing too. My aim is to play. My aim is to play modern games on this, right? Because I don't have a lot of time to sit in front of my PC or my consoles. Like, I'm not going to be playing all these different games on different platforms, right? So my hope is that I can play the vast majority of my games on the go, and and not have to be like, I'm over here with this game, I'm over here with that game. So that's from what I've heard, a lot of people, when they have their Steam Deck, they're not playing, they're not necessarily on there playing, Diablo 4 or whatever the hell. They're not really going for that.
We was in Seattle, and we're at the airport, and we're coming back. So I take out my ROG and I plug it into the wall, and he sucks his teeth, right? Because you
were playing a Sea of Stars. You were playing Sea of Stars.
And he was like, why you not playing Starfield?
And I was playing Starfield, bro. Because Starfield, when they had that first update for the ROG Ally, that thing was running at 60. I was like, what the hell? Dude, it's that 6-hour flight from Seattle back home. It was all Starfield. So that's my goal. Whereas a lot of people, I get it, are playing smaller games, indie games. I get it. But whatever. It's the more powerful machine.
I can't get it out of my head. Like, I can't get it out of my head that a handheld is for handheld games. Like, and I don't look at them as big machines, like, but when I see stuff on it, I'm like, yo, you're powerful. But I'm gonna go to get an indie game and play Dead Cells.
Yeah, facts. But, and for that, it's beautiful, right? So let me just tell you real quick what I've been playing on it, because it's funny, because I haven't gone back to play like the huge games on it, but there were a few small games that actually launched recently that I just said, let me get them and put them on there. So the first thing is Tomba Special Edition. Toomba, you know this, King.
Yeah.
Toomba for that PS1 was one of those first games you get. And you're like, oh damn! Like it's a platformer. It's a platformer, almost like a Metroidvania though, because you can go forward, you can go like in backwards in the environment. There's a lot of secrets to find. There's certain things that you have to find before you can access certain places. So I'm like, let me get this Tomba. Let me see what's this. I have not touched Tomba in like whatever 30 years. And I go to it and I'm like, there's things about it that still feel a little bit archaic. Perfect, right? It's still in 4:3. They couldn't really get it widescreen because it messed everything up. But in terms of the gameplay stuff, the way the saves work, although they simplified that as well. But it just feels like when you look at that, I'm like, wow, they built this like 30 some odd years ago. It still looks great. It runs great. The gameplay, although, it's not perfect. There's little things with jumps and stuff like that. It's not a Mario game with like perfect jumping and stuff like that. But it's very, very good. And the things that they thought about in terms of game design, in terms of, like I said, the Metroidvania aspect of it, because back then, I don't think we had even seen Symphony of the Night yet, right? We hadn't.
No.
So the idea of that still was relatively new, and this game did it in a way that was very, cutesy, right? Reminded me a little bit of Bonk, but it had that sort of.
But didn't Toomba come out for Super Nintendo, something like that? Like
no.
Oh, okay.
Toomba? No. Toomba was Toomba.
Okay, yeah. So I was wrong. It was that's another game that looks like Toomba, but Toomba came out for the PlayStation 1 first.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. So I'm playing that. That's been fun. It gets a little frustrating in some places. Like I said, the control isn't perfect. They didn't really mess with that too much. It is kind of Toomba in all its old school glory. So I've been playing that. I also got Star Wars Bounty Hunter.
Ooh.
So back in the day, the thing is, it's crazy. This game back in the day, it came out for everybody, right? It could play it PS2. Did it come to Xbox? Because I seem to recall getting it on GameCube, and I don't know why I would have gotten it on GameCube with an Xbox version out there. So I believe it came out to all platforms, but back in the day, it was the only bounty hunter game we had. It was only the only third-person game that had anything remotely having to do with like either scoundrels or bounty hunters and Boba Fett, right? So, but it wasn't Boba. Remember, it was Django.
Yeah.
So Aspire, the guys, the guys who were supposed to remake Knights of the Old Republic, are back doing what they're good at doing, which is, remastering and bringing these older games forward. Okay, not with the Battlefront collection notwithstanding. I don't know if it was them, but that wasn't good. So playing this now, again, running it on the ROG Ally X, I have it running at the extreme settings. It's running 60, beautiful. Texture work is very basic. It's a remaster. But what they did do is give you some quality of life stuff, right? So controls. I don't know if you guys remember, the original one has some weird control stuff because you were doing a whole bunch of stuff. You had your jetpack. You had your different sort of abilities. You had some melee stuff. You had obviously your shooting with your blasters. You also had your electrical lasso to capture bounties and stuff like that. But again, trying to do that on those controllers back then, they didn't necessarily figure out the best way to go about, controlling the character. So it was cumbersome. So they modernized some of the controls. You can play it the old school way if you want to, but they've modernized the controls so it's a lot more, palatable to somebody playing it today. And as a Star Wars story, it's very cool because what happens is it is in that moment where so basically it is Darth Sidious looking to destroy a singular Jedi that's still kind of out there, and he sees as a big threat. So he charges Dooku with going out there and trying to basically putting a bounty out on this Jedi, and have these bounty hunters trying to seek out this Jedi and destroy this Jedi, and that the bounty hunter who's able to do it will then become the prototype for the clones they're trying to build, right? So that's the story behind it. So again, it's a great Star Wars story that fits right in the canon. Did I spoil something?
No.
Oh,
continue. Okay. I thought for a second there I was like, oh, are you talking about Star Wars? And then you said Star Wars, and
he thought you were talking about the other Star Wars.
So you fell asleep somewhere in there while I was
No,
talking
no,
about
no,
the bounty
no.
hunter.
Actually, he was working. He was doing something. He was doing
Oh, okay,
something.
yeah, I don't know. I know he's behind the scenes. So yeah, I've been playing that. And it's it's a little it's still got a little bit of jank, right? But it's been super fun to go back to that.
I saw that joint come out, and I act like I didn't even say it. You know how like you owe somebody money, and you see him coming, you're like,
and the last thing, the very last thing that I got that I haven't played yet. So I was online. I was looking at Video Games Chronicle, and they had an article that was talking about Jonathan Blow, and obviously the creator of Braid, the creator of The Witness. That was he's being asked about Braid Anniversary Edition came out not too long ago to like very little fanfare in that like it wasn't announced anywhere. It wasn't this whole big thing like Braid is back or anything like that. I really didn't see any of that, but it came out. It got good critical praise, but again it has not been a sales success. To Jonathan Blow's point, he's like it's so like trash. Basically. So I'm like, let me go support because I loved Braid when I played it originally. I said, let me go support, let me cop this. But what I realized about Jonathan Blow's games, right? And I think Braid is fantastic, but I do think The Witness is kind of his masterpiece, at least till now. Those aren't games I want to play again.
Right.
They're like Marvel movies.
No, listen, I'll watch Marvel. Depending on the movie, I'll watch it.
So you ain't watching Thor Dark
No,
whatever.
no, that one. No.
Exactly.
The Dark World, no. I watched that once, all
Watch
of one
that
time.
Or Captain America, First Avenger. Or whatever.
No, see, I'm a Cap fan. I watched that multiple times.
No, I'm not with you.
But these aren't games like I remember playing Braid and having my brain broken, sometimes by some of the puzzles elements, right? The rewinding and going forward elements. But once I finished it, I was like, okay, I'm good. Like this is a time and place thing. I beat it. I recognize the significance of the game in terms of like the importance to Xbox Live. And, it was out at around the time we have our Castle Crashers, our Shadow Complex. It's one of those classic Xbox Live arcade games that really put the service on the map. So it's important, but it is one of those things that it's like, I don't really want to play this again. Same for The Witness. Like The Witness was an amazing experience. Do I want to go back and play it again?
No.
So I think that's what it is. Like, because again, it's an all-timer, but it's just not one of those things that people are like, I got to have this again. Now, it does have very cool things for like historical value. It has like a 15-hour documentary on like, the making of the game. And it's a whole bunch of extra stuff that is very cool for the people that want that. But trying to sell a new audience on it, I don't know.
Something that somebody could probably put on YouTube and they can watch it on YouTube and there goes the sales on that. Exactly. I understand that all these games, a lot of games that are critically acclaimed, sometimes they just don't sell.
They don't.
And like Hi-Fi Rush. And I hear all these people capping and yelling and all this other stuff. And even myself, I didn't finish it all the way through, whatever. But the fact of the matter is, it's critically acclaimed. But why aren't everybody going out and buy it?
Yeah.
Why aren't you saying, yo, go buy that? Because Fortnite is not critically acclaimed. Fortnite is just a game that everybody plays, and it doesn't need that those accolades, those banners to actually sell. It just does it.
It just does now. It's just new word of mouth now. That's all it is.
Better gameplay loops equal better sales.
Yeah. So this is one of those games again. Like it's an amazing game. Same with The Witness. I just don't think it's something that people that have played it already are going to want to go back to unless they want that sort of historical value with all the extras and stuff. So, I bought it, supported it. I don't know that I'll boot it up. So, yep, I'm a fraud. I just talked about my ROG Ally X for paying, newer games that I just rattled off 3 old games.
Exactly. That's why I looked at my ROG and I was like, not going to happen. But, Fortnite, Forte, my guy, my I know I want to move on. My guy Forte, my guardian that said GameStop, the guy who watches over and protects our children from those games that are M-rated. Talk to me, Forte. Let me know exactly how was your week and what's going on, brother.
Nah, man, my week was great, man. Did a lot of hanging out with the family. Late last week, we just got back from going down to Georgia to see my brother-in-law. He proposed to his girlfriend at the time.
Ooh,
So
congratulations.
only thing sucked about that was the drive there and back. But we made it because I'm here. But
Right.
outside of that, man, just grinding and stuff. Played a lot of NCAA football, college
Nice.
football. Listen, people always say Madden is king. I said, man, it ain't got nothing on college when it comes to the atmosphere and the feel and the way that the game play. So I've been playing that heavily over the course of the last couple of weeks. And then Call of Duty, it hit game. I had Call of Duty, shout out to Activision and PlayStation. I had a copy of it on PlayStation. I was getting destroyed on PlayStation, bro, just because I can't rock with that controller over there.
Right.
As soon as that thing hit Game Pass, as soon as it hit on PC Game Pass, bro, it's been a night and day experience. Just the game feels and runs. It feels like it runs better.
You know what's funny, Forte?
What's up?
You know how bad? First off, I want to apologize for earlier. It was saying on YouTube's portion that we were getting bad signal, and I was trying to figure out why it was doing it. I fixed it, but so the interesting part is how many PlayStation variants that's made by third parties that you can play as an Xbox controller on PlayStation. I really couldn't tell you how many's the other way around.
Because ain't nobody asking
How
for
many
no dual
Xbox
sense.
third party
Ain't nobody
people
asking
making
for bro.
Xbox games that look like PlayStation controllers?
Nah, bro.
This controller is the best controller made. Period. So the dual sense is cool.
Actually,
but
I
ain't
love
this.
I love that controller, but I have to be real. Like the Pro controller, like I really like the Pro controller too. I wouldn't say I like one over the other because
Switch Pro controller.
Yeah, I got the obviously I got the Starfield controller too.
That's dope.
So
I
but
would
this
not
Pro
lie
controller,
with you on that.
it feels good. Like I'm not gonna lie, like it feels good.
Yeah, I wouldn't play my Switch games any other way, but I don't play it in handheld mode anyway. So, but Forte, so you were saying that you came back from Georgia. What games you was playing? You was playing college football. And what else?
Jumped in some Call of Duty, knocked some of that out. Went back and finished up my achievement run on Hellblade 2 because I was still missing like 3 or 4 of them.
So you're a completionist type of dude.
On games that I really, really, really want. It's like it's something that irritated me about the first one where I had like everybody else had that 9 out of 10 achievements where it said 900 for the first one because I missed one of the soul stones. So I'm a completionist when it comes to like I have to finish this one. So I'm gonna get that one knocked out, but for the rest of them, I'm like, nah, man. If that thing says 87%, as long as it says I beat it, that's all I care about. But past that, the only other thing I've been doing is so my wife has been watching. We're coming up to the season finale of House of Dragon.
Oh yeah,
which is tonight.
Tonight.
So I've been putting this off for a long time, bro, because they hurt my soul.
Please don't tell me anything because I'm
not tell you nothing about that. Not saying I've been putting this off for a while because they hurt my soul at the end of Game of Thrones, as it hurt probably most of everybody else on this panel. So we went into season 7 thinking we was gonna get the world, and we ended up getting like a fast review version of what we thought we were supposed to get.
People are ridiculous.
That's George R.R. Martin's fault.
You know it's funny. People in the chat are talking about, oh, I should put this on my green screen. I should put that on my green screen. I actually thought about if I would use my green screen, I would jack other people's backgrounds. Like I would ask Keaton to take a picture of it, and his background would be my background. And Forte, I would do it to his too.
That's dope.
Yeah, but so I've been holding off on it. My wife has been like watching it since the day it came out. So I was like, dang, she said season finale is this Sunday. I was like, oh my God, I guess I need to watch this. So yeah, for the last 3 days, I binge watched all the way from episode 1 to now. So I can finish the season tonight when it goes live. So that really took up the biggest portion of this week for me, outside of little ancillary things. Like we got a brand new dog. I'm trying to find a new vet.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, we got a little dachshund. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
When you look at the word dachshund, how many people honestly called it dachshund or you called it dash hound at first?
Dash
hound. When I was young, dash hound.
Dash hound.
So let me tell you, when we got this dog, my wife was calling it a dash hound. And I was like, that's not how you say it. And she was like, well, how are you supposed to say it? I said, I thought that's how you said it until the breeder corrected me viciously that you don't call this dog a dad child. It's a dachshund. And then I was like, wait a minute. So I be growing up in the urban area and stuff, that's what you see what you see. The English
Right.
language is not the perfect language in the world. Let's be for real here. So yeah, I have a dash. I'm about to call it a dash hound again.
I was about to say what?
I have a dachshund. And
You said you
decided
have whatever you pay for, and I would have turned around and said, "Excuse me, I just paid for this dog, right?"
I just
So,
paid for
yeah,
this dog.
big-
I can call it whatever
money,
the heck
right?
I want to call it.
I
but
got a pit bull.
exactly. I got a pit. Yes, and he knows how to rap.
I know, right?
But no, man, very very simple. Been working on some stuff behind the scene for DPS when it comes to like some new layovers and stuff like that. But other than that, man, when I was talking to Cog earlier this week, and I was like, yo, I'll come through if you need me. He said, perfect, because I ain't gonna be there. And I was like,
Yeah.
Nah, he needed some time off.
He needed a breather. Yeah.
Yeah, he does
Oh, yeah.
way too much
listen,
on some other stuff too.
listen, when I called him and talked to him about this, I was like, I didn't expect you to answer the phone, because he called me back like 30 minutes later. I was like, bro, were you in the middle of like 2 shows when I called you? He said,
Yeah,
so I was like, bro, you need to take a break. So yeah,
Mhm.
but yeah, outside of that, man, that's been it, man. Just, happy to be here with you guys and talking about the stuff we're gonna talk about.
I appreciate you being here. And last but not least is me, your boy King. What I did this week. This week, Friday was a great day. So I had a lot of people hit me in the DMs talking about they thought I was doing Bud Crawford's fight or whatever. No, Fight Nights is, since you guys that engage on Twitter did not want to call in on Xbox Frontline show on a call-in show on Fridays, I turned it into a show where I play competitive fighting games with my son and the community. So if any of you guys want to show up and you think you got hands in Street Fighter, Tekken, Killer Instinct, or whatever, we're there having fun, and we're going to build out this thing into tournaments where there'll be cash prizes and all that other stuff. But this weekend was particularly fun because of the bonding nature fighting games has had in Channel 5 and Iron Lords since its inception, since we've known each other, since we can say each other's names. It has been a bonding mechanism, and I saw my son come alive during that bonding process in ribbing each other, beating each other, trying to get somebody off their game. Like you don't talk smack because it's mean spirited. You talk smack to get somebody off their ding, to make them doubt themselves, to make them say, should I stay at range 0 or should I stay at range 7? Those type of things. And you make them think that you figured out their moves and stuff like that, to make them try a different path to get them off their ding that way. But he's learning the little tricks of the trade. And I saw him say something, or I heard him say something that is a tactic that I use. And I said, this kid is too astute. I said, yeah, it's over now. He's going to beat me. When you say that to somebody that you're going to play next, they feel that, all right, he already gave up. I don't have to go as hard. So they don't come at you full force. They think that you're going to come in weak armed anyway, and then you go at them full force and you beat them. I did that to Ken. And he tried to do that to me. And I said, look at this little kid. I
He's
said,
over.
no.
He's feigning weakness. Yeah.
That's right. You don't. And see, my motto is for children. If you're an adult, you're the parent. You beat them in every game that you can. All right, and you beat them unmercifully.
Mhm.
If you're playing football with them, you run them over. If you're playing basketball, you dunk the ball on them. If you're playing baseball, you hit it home runs every time you can. And you yell at them and you demoralize them. Because I'm going to tell you, there's going to be a moment in your life where those same children are going to beat the brakes off of you. Do it old age or do it the game that they know that you don't know. And they're not going to let up on you. So get it in now. Because later, you're done for, because he beats the brakes off of me in Dragon Ball Z. But I saw Bud Crawford fight. I bet on Masvidal to win by split decision, and went to split decision, and Bud won. I thought Masvidal being the champion, he did enough to keep his belt. I didn't think Bud did enough to take the belt from the champion. I thought, to be honest with you, it was a draw. I didn't see too much from Bud that showed me that he was far superior than somebody with 10 fights. And I didn't see Masvidal go in there and prove that he was the best boxer in the world, where Bud is pound for pound number one. So I think they both went in there and they both walked out the ring on even planes. They both had knots under their eyes. They both pretty much looked like they can go to the club right after. Nobody got dropped. Nobody was severely hurt. It wasn't a round that you can clearly say, oh, Bud murdered him in this round or Masvidal murdered him in that round. So I think, honestly, that was a draw. The other stuff, like Pitbull Cruz, I knew that he was going to lose that fight. I kind of called that stuff. Watched that stuff. That stuff was pretty good. Games that I played this week besides Fortnite, Flintlock, and I'm trying to get to play, finish up my Elden Ring, because I'm one of those guys that when I'm in Elden Ring, I'm like, look, squirrel, and I'm going all around trying to grab everything. So I'm not one of those people that need to speed run Elden Ring. I play that stuff on my leisure because I really like the game and I don't want it to end. So I know it's going to be an end, and I'm trying to avoid it as much as possible by doing as much meaningless stuff as possible to keep it, living. And I don't like New Game Plus. I really found out why I hate New Game Plus, because it takes all my graces away, and that stuff like kind of pissed me off. But we got super chats.
Yeah, we got super chats. Hold on a second. Let me go to the super chats. All right, we got Dr. Strangelove, $2 super chat. Is Cog taking a leave of absence to mourn Bungie? You'll hear more about that in a little while. I'm going to hear more about that.
Probably so.
Then we put the crest in the chat for Snipes gifting 1 ILP membership. Shout out to Snipes. Thank you, brother.
Snipes.
And let's put the crest in the chat once again for Snipes. Welcome him to the realm, Lord Bronze. Snipes, welcome. Appreciate you.
Bless him. Snipes has his own channel. Please go check it out. Snipes, put it in the chat.
Yes, please. Then we got Lawrence Davenport with the $5 super chat. Thank you. Please say something. Appreciate that. Then we got BT Maverick 707, $10 super chat. What a wonderful day. Neighbor from hell got evicted 2 days ago and they're moving out today. Thank you guys for helping out with my anxiety through the last 10 months. Have you guys ever dealt with this? So, King, you never rented it out. You live in your house, so you're not renting it out to nobody.
No, I could never do that. But yeah, I did have neighbors that I didn't get along with, but I also understood because I grew up in the projects.
Yeah,
I didn't like a lot of people that was on my floor,
mm-hmm.
but I also know if you make enemies of said neighbor, then it could be a living hell. And like he said, he had a neighbor from hell. So I don't know. Me personally, I kind of steer away from it. If it's stuff like that you can avoid, then yeah, that's a problem. But
my only kind of experience with this is recently I had to buy a property in Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm.
Operative word being had to. And there is still a family member there that is somewhat less than savory. So yeah, we're dealing with that. But yeah, other than that, I'm not over there. I'm not dealing with it directly, and it isn't like a contentious thing. So, but yeah, it isn't fun having to deal with like weird and awkward situations in that regard. That's family stuff. But
be very careful. Remember the incident with the guy, and it was like a neighbor something situation. Well, 90% of New York City. And I guess he went to confront the neighbor about loud noise or something like that, and it ended in a fatality type of situation.
Yes.
What I would honestly tell you, if you have a situation of that nature, try to go through other means like 311 or whatever is your snitch channel that you guys deal with, because you don't know what the other person is dealing with on the other end of the door and
what
how
they're
they
capable
would,
of. Mhm.
right, and how they would receive you going to their door, telling somebody that pays rent in their household how to run whatever that is. Like, I'm just talking about noise complaints and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
don't
saw
do
that. I saw that video. That's horrible. Oh,
Mhm.
yeah. BT Maverick 707 $2, which had dealt with this. Yeah, a lot of people have for sure. It's you know, if you have property, right, that you're able to rent out, obviously that's passive income. That's amazing. But just sometimes it's a crapshoot as to who you have in your house.
You know, New York passed a law that you can't evict tenants, right?
Oh yeah, now there's the squatters law and all this stuff. Oh man, forget it.
You have officially taken me off the board of being a landlord ever. Once you told me I can tell somebody they can't.
I'd rather just buy something and flip it and that forget about owning it.
Short
Apollo Dingo, $5 super chat. It's 2027. Cog and Addict playing recycled Vault content in Destiny 2 for $49.99 and about.
Addict ain't doing nothing.
And King's girl still giving it up to me for $8 less. She's for the PC. Wow.
Yeah. Just pay like you weigh. And remember, you rent Iona. Let's go.
Jesus Christ. There we go. Him status. All right. Then we got C-Dub 813 $10 super chat. To solve how in one sentence you say you don't want to upgrade the SSD in the PS5, but in another sentence you say you're a tinkerer. You're a PC player as well. Make it make sense, man. So,
you open up a can of worms, bro. You about to get it.
I don't need to upgrade the SSD to PS5, and not that I don't care to. It's very simple. I don't need to because I only have a couple of games on there at any given time because that is my exclusive console. I only play first and second party exclusives on my PlayStation. I don't play third party games. I don't.
And do they have any first parties?
At the moment, I'm not playing anything on there. I would say that.
Yes, bunnies.
Yes, so that's that. Now on the PC, and so I did say that I did not want to upgrade the hard drive on the ROG Ally X again because I'd rather buy a new machine than do that. So what I meant by the tinkerer mentality is that I'm not afraid if something goes left on my ROG Ally X to deal with it. Whereas, you know, that's a lot of people's reason for going to a Steam Deck, despite it being the inferior machine in terms of power, is the ease of use. So the ROG Ally to me is still very easy to use. I haven't had any real issues with it, you know, as a Windows 11 PC. If something goes left, I'm more than willing to deal with whatever that is. I'm comfortable dealing with whatever that is. That's what I mean by that. Do I tinker with stuff anymore? Like I take stuff apart like I used to? No, I don't do that anymore. I do not. So I have those sensibilities. If I need to use them, I don't actively use them unless I have to.
Wait a minute, I have a question. So your sensibility is telling you that, and I didn't catch that you said this earlier, but I would have said something then. You said that you would rather buy a new handheld instead of just paying $150 to upgrade the hard drive.
No, I'm being a little bit facetious. I'm not going to pay for the exact same handheld. That is very first world. Like
you
honestly,
literally got first world problems if that's what we doing here.
Because this is what. Listen, the ROG Ally X does have its upgrades over the original, right? The RAM and all this stuff. But it still has the same Z1 Extreme processor. If I wanted the hard drive upgrade, I could have done that, right? And got the one that I got in the Ally X, which is now 1 terabyte as opposed to 512. So in that sense, I did upgrade my machine in lieu of just getting more hard drive space.
Well, you know the internet always remembers, so you got to make sure you clarify that entire statement in the future.
I mean, I essentially did do that thing because if you think about it, more RAM. That isn't necessarily something you could have done on the because that's soldered on, right?
And we just trying to not be a victim of clips later on. I'm just trying to
that's
save
fine.
you. That's it.
I don't watch them anyway, so they can they can call me whatever. I don't know.
You know, he's only on social media because it's a requirement from IronLords.
Yeah, that's it. I would not be. You would not know who I am at all.
So I was the only person I know that has like 4,000 plus subs, 4,000 plus followers on Twitter, and he really hasn't tweeted like ever.
Don't tweet anything. He retweet people's stuff.
I'm the king of the retweet. You need something retweeted, I'm your man.
And he put a heart.
Or I'll put a smile like a laugh. Ha ha. Yeah.
Not me.
Very, very rarely. That has allowed me to keep my sanity. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. So that is the long-winded answer you get. C-Dub 813. Then we got Zip Davis, $5 super chat. I'll take off my shirt, show my pepperonis, and prove I don't wear a wire. Mrs. Davis used to be a vegetarian. Now she's a meat lover. Ooh, me.
Oh my god.
Good Lord. We got C-Dub 813 once again. $20 super chat. Are you guys hyped about the new boxing game Undisputed? Also, what's your favorite fight night? Mine is round 3 on 360. I was ranked 20 in the world in middleweight back in 2006. I used Roy Jones Jr. and Jermaine Taylor. So King and I played Undisputed at PAX. Was it East last year? Right?
Yeah, it's PAX East. Yeah.
So
it wasn't last year. It was the year before then, because that was before Bud fought this guy. Oh no, matter of fact, it could have been last year because Bud fought him in July. So he fought Spence in July. So yeah, we went to PAX in March, right?
Yeah.
March.
So it was last year.
Yeah.
It was last year, and we played it. We enjoyed it. We liked the fact that they tried to bring back, a boxing game of this, this level of like detail and fidelity. I'll leave the details of comparisons. Like I love Fight Night. We go all the way back to Knockout Kings. King and I like going, even before then, like Muhammad Ali's like greatest heavyweights and back in the day. Rocky
Buster
on
Douglas
the Sega
boxing.
Buster Douglas boxing on the Genesis. Rocky on the Master System.
Yeah, only one that was 2 players was on the Master System. Master System had all the 2-player games.
Oh, they did. Yeah. They did all that. The real Double Dragon they had.
True.
So, yeah, I'll leave the details. I know King liked it, but he wasn't super enamored with it when we played it.
Well, my only problems with it was why didn't it have any PVC fighters? And it's because boxing is the wild, wild west. And I'm talking to him, and a lot of people were applauding them for the roster that they did have, and I was taking away points because of the roster they did have. Because I'm a boxing aficionado, right? And I don't understand why you don't have certain individuals there. And I asked him about his structure on going out and pay these people. Was it licensees? Did he? And it was stuff that he couldn't talk about, right? Because he doesn't want the boxer A to know that he paid Canelo 20 grand opposed to paying Bud, let's say $5 or whatever. I'm not saying that is the truth. I have no idea what their pay scale is because he refused to answer that question. But it also allowed me to know that the PBC fighters weren't accessible to him. So I can't have certain dream matchups. Now, when you playing Fight Night had damn near everybody. Everybody was on the roster, and you was able to do the downloadable fighters, the DLC fighters on certain stuff. Except for Floyd. Floyd wasn't there for one of them because he priced himself out. But I think Fight Night 3-1 on 360, the last one.
The Champion Edition.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my favorite one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was that round 4? I think it was round 4, wasn't it?
Champion. So it was round 3. Champion was the last one. They didn't put a round on it.
Yeah, it was just Champion. Yeah.
But 3 was the one that really, like, there are people who bought that game just for how it looked and never played boxing before in their damn life.
You talk about when they had Bernard and Roy.
When they had Bernard and Roy, and they showed the cuts and the facial expressions in the corner, we're like, oh my God, what is this?
It still looks good to this day.
And you know what? That's when they were using NVIDIA.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, AMD. I'm sorry. I've given you guys a chance, right? I really did. And I'm looking at the old consoles, especially that 360. That thing was strong and powerful. Pause. These consoles now with these Jaguars and all this other stuff, they don't really stand the test of time when compared to a 360 game. Some of the stuff, all you need to do is update the res on it, a little bit of framework on it, and them games still look like they can be released today. So I don't know. NVIDIA had magic in that box. I don't know.
That thing, I'm reading it. It was according to NVIDIA. What is the Xbox 360 GPU equivalent to NVIDIA? It was an ATI. 500 megahertz, an ATI GPU, 90 nanometers from Yeah, so it wasn't even NVIDIA then, but it
wasn't NVIDIA?
No, but
That was the first one, right? The first one was NVIDIA, right? So I know they was in bed with somebody at some point.
Because I remember it was for like Power PC architecture and stuff like that. It was, what was NVIDIA? There was one that was specifically NVIDIA, but again, it was all that stuff back then where they used to build that stuff from the ground up. Now there's kind of everything is x86 based, right? So
yeah.
We'll see what this next iteration, right? They're talking about, ARM processors and stuff like that. So we'll see what these GPUs and CPUs look like. But
the only difference in these next consoles coming out is going to be what AI chip that they use and who is going to be the leader in the marketplace at that period of time. I don't think the GPU and the CPU is going to play any important part. I think those dudes will have the same GPU and the CPU. I think the difference is going to be the AI chip.
Yeah, makes sense. It's a new day.
Yeah.
All right. Then we got, let me see, B. Lou, member for 35 months, Lord Bronze. Shout out to the Lords. Keep killing it. Also, Bud won unanimous, not split, King.
Oh, he should have won split. My bad. I was sitting there mad. Regardless of what, I bet $50 on Masvidal. Oh no, two of them had it the same score. I think two of the judges had it like 112, 116, something like that. Regardless of what, I don't think Bud did enough to warrant that, but it is what it is. And I got Bud hate in my blood because he beat the brakes off of Spence. So regardless of what, I'm a fraud. I don't care. So what? I wanted them to lose. That's right. I bet $50 and I lost it. It's whatever.
Then we got Dr. Stray's Love $5 super chat. Sav, when is our date? I won fair and square last week. Don't flake out on me, Savi. You won't be able to. I don't know what you talk about. That tier was at the $10,000 tier. We didn't hit that, so I'm sorry.
Don't say that. That guy is $1,010,000. Don't do that.
Yeah, did it? It was all a dream.
It was all a dream. But yeah, I don't know what to talk about, sir. I didn't recall seeing that tier. It never happened. So, but thank you for your support and
your gift is in the mail.
Your gift. Then we have Danny Passion, $2 super chat. Sold my Ally Z1 Extreme. Will be buying the X this week. Good man. Do that.
Don't listen to this guy. I mean, if you primarily game on that thing and you really use it, then maybe.
And the thing is, he was able to sell his. I've just bought mine. Mine is still sitting right here in my original rock.
I was gonna ask him, and I didn't sell mine. Mine is a fifth. I was gonna ask him, did you sell yours? And listen to this. He knows how much he paid for it and how much they were offering him. He said, "Hell no, I'll just go buy another."
Best Buy was one of the few people who was taking like a trade-in for it. And I think when the Ally X first, it's 180, so it's 180, right? And it was originally like 225, 230, and it just progressively went down the closer to launch of the X. I was like, so I looked at that, I'm like, nah, man, I'd rather give it away for that, So I'm still trying to find takers for this thing. So the reason I did buy it also is because I had a bunch of Christmas cards still left over. I was like, you know what? I never use these on anything. Let me just get the X, but
That thing gonna be a piece of text that's gonna sit on your dresser for the rest.
Like my PSP Go.
Yeah, you gonna look up and like this thing's still here.
And the thing is, that original Ally is a year old, literally just like a year old. That's it. So yeah,
I hope they don't do like phones and every year as a new iteration with a minor upgrade.
I mean, it is cheaper than a phone. That's the problem.
Yeah,
people, you don't have it in your mind that you want to do something like that with a gaming console, but they are cheaper than phones. So
because my phone was $1,200. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's bonkers.
If you would have told me that back in the day when I had my little sidekick, nah.
We're like, hell no, never, man.
Nah,
let me see.
Even though I had that big phone in the briefcase that I was walking around like I was Secret Service.
Mm-hmm. Then we got Lord Metroid, member for 34 months, Lord Silver. I'm not happy about the lack of Puerto Rican fighters in Undisputed. Perhaps they weren't approached or a license issue. As a boxing fan, it's on my list. King, honestly, I don't remember that whether they were or they weren't any. Because we were playing with classic fighters. Like, we were playing with, like,
See, that's how I will go back and I will go check the roster and see exactly. But I don't think it's that. Also, you got to understand a lot of promoters work in regions.
Yeah.
Right. So you got Eddie Hearn, who primarily works in the UK. So a lot of his fighters is based out of the UK or in the UK, and he may have a couple of flyers that's across the world in any other place. Bob Arum basically works in Latin America, right? So and the Ukraine and stuff like that, Europe. So he would get those fighters from there. And if you happen to be an Olympian, he doesn't really go after urban fighters unless he's filling lower tiers on a card. So you have to look who was the promoters, and I think you can base those fighters on being available off of that if they had a rapport with Undisputed.
Yeah. We'll see. Let's see. I mean, obviously, I think that roster is going to continue to expand as they're able to. I mean, he indicated as much.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Like, I'm working on it all the time. I'm working on it. Yeah. We got Apollo Dingo, $2 super chat. If King knew his girl like he knows boxing, $8 less. What does $8 mean, man?
I told her to go get my money. See, what you're worrying about is the $8 that you're spending. I'm worrying about the $8 I'm getting.
There you go. Money coming
Just
in.
make sure on the first you have my bread.
Then we have Snipes with the $5 super chat. Appreciate the live shout out. Appreciate you, Lords, for the support. Channel handle is Let's Play Game /11. WW, right?
Yes.
WW. Peace, love, and blessings. Hashtag no PlayStation 6.
That's my guy. That's a frontline affiliate.
A lot of frontline messaging there.
Yes, sir.
Then we have Daddy Passion once again, $2 super chat. King, I wouldn't sell mine. I wouldn't buy the X. Okay. You just said you'd buy an X?
No, he said he wouldn't sell his. He wouldn't buy an X. Like the ROG X, the new one.
Well, he just said before he's buying it. He said, sold my Ally Z1 Extreme. Be buying the X this week.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, Danny. What's going on? What's going on, Danny?
People don't remember what they said 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Please clarify that.
This might be,
you just confused us.
Which one of you is Danny Passion? Which one of you is Daddy Passion? Official? Yeah. It
could be two different.
Another one?
Maybe there's two Danny Passions.
Oh, no wonder he got the official on his joint, because the fake Danny Passion is running around here.
All right. We are caught up.
Let's get it. All right. So, first topic. Xbox games at Gamescom. Oh man, Solve. Whose topic is this?
Let me guess whose topic this could be. Could it be? Could it be King? Like, remember Saturday Night Live? We're like, could it be Satan? Could it be King?
Oh, that was my topic. I don't think so.
I believe so.
I thought
wasn't mine.
I thought mine was the Xbox reports.
Oh, it's all
ridiculous.
No, listen. First of
wasn't
all,
mine.
Listen. Okay, so it doesn't even matter.
Let's just talk about it.
He got 2 topics today, y'all.
Yeah, for real, right? It doesn't even matter. Solve.
We needed 4 topics, so that's no one's topic.
We don't need 4 topics.
That is so we're not going to talk about Xbox being a Gamescom.
Oh, I'm just saying that objectively we don't need 4 topics. If we have them, we have them. This thing where we always have to have 4 topics. That's why we're here 8 hours every Sunday.
That's why he said we can go home early if we.
No, we here 8 hours every Sunday because we spent an hour talking about absolutely nothing at the beginning of the show. Like,
well, listen. I like to know what my brothers is doing and what's going on in their lives, man.
I love that part of the show.
You probably spent 25 minutes talking about boxing, King. Like,
and you know what? They cared about it. This guy was asking about a game that is coming out that is critically acclaimed so far. I guess I hope it doesn't fall in with the other games that were critically acclaimed and didn't sell. I hope this game sells a lot to show that boxing is viable. I just hope I'm gonna buy it. Put it like that.
There it is.
But Xbox at Gamescom, they're gonna be there in a big way. And I hear they have more stuff that they didn't show at the June show. take that with a grain of salt. I don't have anybody that's in the background talking about, yo, King, look out, man, it's gonna go down crazy. None of that stuff. What I did hear though, that I can say, they had stuff that they decided to hold over because they felt that the show itself was already packed just right. And from all indications from after seeing the show and how highly critically acclaimed it was,
Mhm.
that they did hit the nail on the head. Now, one thing I will say, and I got to bend the knee today to Sovereign, with a game being avowed, release date is in February.
Mhm.
You and Attic was the first people to point out that they didn't have release dates
Yeah.
on these games. And you said, hey, they might be juggling stuff around, or they don't know if it's going to come out this year. And none of us wanted to hear that stuff. And you guys were right. So I don't know what's going on in Gamescom, but what I want is dates, regardless to what. So Solve, the knee is bent, Messiah. Please tell me how you feel about Gamescom.
No, I mean, look, I want Avowed to be as good as it possibly can be. I know they worded it like, oh, there's so much stuff coming out. You don't need us. I'll see you in February. I was like, no, you need to work more on the game, and that's fine. Just word it however you want. Now you can do that because you do have so many games in the pipeline that it's actually, a viable thing. So look, take whatever extra time you need on Avowed. They've, in all the different preview stuff that we've seen of it, there've been different issues people have had with it, like combat looking a little bit stiff, whatever, not showing enough of kind of Obsidian's bread and butter, which is the choice and consequence stuff. So to me, I'm sure it's going to be there in some way, shape, or form. I kind of wish it wouldn't be, and just kind of just go into the vault, keep working on it, show it once again right before you're ready to launch it in February, and wow everybody, with all the work you've done on it. So, but I'm glad that it's taking the time that it needs. There's no need to rush anything out. They have a bunch of, second party and third party stuff coming, in addition to Indiana Jones, hopefully still being on a cadence for this year, right? Because it was the only one that was in December. I'm like, okay, so they already know it's coming in hot. So if it's December, so that can get pushed as well. So far, no word of that. But Xbox, back in June when they said they were going to be going to Gamescom, they said it's going to be our biggest booth ever, right? So, you have a bunch of stuff they can talk about. Obviously, they're going to be talking Starfield DLC. They're going to be talking Aura History Untold, Diablo 4, the Vessel of Hatred stuff. They said they're bringing back Diablo Immortal, right? So they want to kind of jumpstart the conversation with the mobile stuff yet again, right? ESO, Fallout 76.
That's hilarious because Microsoft was like, yo, I ain't tell y'all to close that up.
No.
Back up, B.
Start it back up. That's that money maker. We need to do that. As much as people hated stuff around that game, it made money hand over fist. Yep. So I can imagine them going back to that well. And then I don't know, what do you guys think in terms of like possible surprises that we might get? I don't remember, like, did we get release dates for like Replaced? And I know they pushed back Stalker to like November, right? So we'll see Stalker again.
Did Stalker bump Avowed? I think so.
I think it
so.
did. I
think it did.
Absolutely.
So.
I mean, that works, right? If Stalker needed a little bit more time.
Oh, no, it did. I played it.
Yeah. Stalker needed more time, and Avowed needed even more time. That makes sense. I mean, but that's a great, for the first time in a long time, they have one of the best problems to have, right? Just figuring out where to put stuff.
Yeah.
So that means that a lot of games that might have been rushed to market for whatever reason, trying to meet, fiscal year, sort of end of year stuff or whatever, trying to meet these numbers, don't have to worry about that as much. And you worry about the game coming out in as polished a state as possible, which we know in modern gaming is easier said than done. So,
I always thought if you had to pick between they're both under, they both have deals with, well, not both, but Stalker has a deal with Xbox. If you had to pick between a third party and your first party and they're both ready to go at the same time, but you're really worried about, spreading out like, the one per every quarter, you're always going to go with the third party first because you can always slate your game wherever you want to put it. And plus, you got to remember, you got this is the first year with Call of Duty being on the Game Pass. So now you got Stalker, Call of Duty's in October 24th. Stalker's like literally 2 to 3 weeks after that. Where is Avowed going to fit in that? You know, it can fit in there. I think Avowed can still find an audience in that window. But why do that if you don't have to? You just move it out a couple of months. And so maybe the game is going to be ready by November, but just, you know, logistically, it doesn't make sense to like put the game there because you're not going to move Call of Duty. And if your third party partner really feels like their game is ready to be put out during that time, you're not going to overstep them to do it.
Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. It really does. I do think what they do with that also, it's a good faith move too, right? That you kind of put the second party, third party stuff up on a pedestal, right? Because you know they kind of associated like something like a Replaced and a Stalker. It's obviously associated with Xbox, right? Because I think they have some window of exclusivity. So yeah, I think again it's a great problem to have, and you give your inside teams more time to cook and be ready to go. Because I remember back, you know, when we had the whole thing with, you know, Halo Infinite coming out, and then, you know, kind of taking a little bit of shine away from Forza 5, which was killing. And at the time, I was like, you know what, it doesn't matter. Game Pass makes it so it doesn't matter. People are not worried about what do I have to pay to jump in. I'm going to pick one over the other. But the fact of the matter is that it still matters because it's just bandwidth, right? Forget about money. It's bandwidth sometimes. Even if they're different types of games, one game will take over the conversation in a way that could adversely affect another one, especially one that had that great conversation around it, which was Forza 5. I did feel like it took a little bit of the luster away from it before its time. So
I think that mentality changed for one reason. I think Xbox is still worrying about sales when it comes to All right, and let me explain why. Because they wasn't worried about sales, they wouldn't put games on PlayStation.
Yeah, true to that.
Right. So I still think there's a fraction inside of Microsoft that is still worrying about the actual sales numbers of Xbox games instead of the engagement guys. So I believe there's engagement guys and there's sales numbers guys. And those are the opposed to Game Pass and for same way that we've normally done business, point of sale, right? Because with that point of sale, you have to keep in mind your partners, Best Buy, Kmart, whatever the hell, wherever you sell your games, right? All right, you're going to go upstairs. Mommy's going to open the door. Relax. She's crying. And that's the Frenchie. She will cry at me. All right, I'm gonna get up in a second. Hold on. So I think that their partnerships mean a lot, and I think if they could take back that releasing Halo and Forza at the same time, regardless to the mentality of Game Pass, I think the Game Pass dudes won out and was like, it doesn't matter because it's inside Game Pass and Game Pass is the platform and sales doesn't matter. Actually, sales do matter because when you start to look at the fiscal numbers, you do want to have those people that aren't going to engage in Game Pass to still be able to purchase. So the fact that you're a third-party developer, which everybody is right now, I think sales do matter. And the fact that Stalker got pushed back, they took a vow and respected their partner and was like, okay, you know what? We'll move this out. But like you said, give me a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, 100%. That was the case. Like I thought at first I was like, yeah, it's not going to matter. And then it did matter. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. No, it's like to King's point, it's sales on one end, right? Because they're selling these games on other platforms now. And two, it is just bandwidth. Like if you don't have the bandwidth to play this game, the conversation is gonna get lost or it's not gonna happen. And sometimes that's all it takes for a game to be kind of DOA. That's kind of the environment we live in, where people they're not getting yanked from their games unless it's something that's really appealing to them or they have the space to play it. So yeah, what do you think, Forte, on this?
No, man, it's like I said earlier, I do think that's part of the bigger reason why moves like this kind of happens. But when it comes to just the amount of content that's going to be at Gamescom this year is going to be pretty ridiculous. You're only going to be seeing the 5 major titles you're going to see on stage are the biggest ones that everybody's looking forward to, but it's going to be the ones that nobody even knew that they even had like deals or partnerships with, or just games in general that people didn't even know was even in existence. That's going to be going to kind of be this the tail of the show for these 3 days. So with Microsoft, it just ultimately, well, with Microsoft, with Xbox, it just ultimately keeps coming back to where are these games going to land and when are they going to land, and that's always going to continue being the conversation as long as we're putting games in other places. The biggest thing that I kind of just really want them to focus on is we still want the Game Pass numbers to climb. We still want to see those hit a critical mass, but the only way we're going to really do that is by promoting and selling the console, and stop telling people to say
you don't need one.
Yeah, you know, can we? That's my only. Honestly, that's really my only issue with Microsoft and Xbox over the course of the last 6 months is, you know, you say you want this, but the thing that actively moves it, you're telling people they don't need. And then just marketing. We're coming up to the biggest part of the year. You have the biggest IP that's coming out this year in your stables. No marketing anywhere else in Call of Duty. Leverage that. Leverage all your other first-party games that are coming this year, beginning of next year with Avowed. The conversation should be about why this ecosystem is for you. And if you're a person that's not a part of the ecosystem, this is the way that you can still engage our ecosystem. That should be kind of the rally point that we should be talking about when it comes to Xbox. And I hope during the presentation that is something that they speak to at Gamescom. I don't have any hopes that is the case, but just being a person that loves the platform, loves where Xbox has been going. We've been talking about this ever since 2020, 2021, 2022. Once they get to a point where they have a cadence of games that release on a month-to-month basis, you're going to see a completely new Xbox. Now, we didn't expect to see the Xbox we have now due to a lot of the stuff that's going on with Microsoft, but it's still a great place for them to be heading to. And then gamers always win, you know, when it comes to what's happening with prices of Xbox Live, of Game Pass going up. Okay, that don't really hurt me. I'm sitting there like, okay, but we're still winning. We're still winning because we're still getting all these games at a very low entry point in price. I'm just looking forward to seeing what the roadmap looks like, you know, past February of next year. Like King said, I need to see release dates. That's the biggest thing for me.
That's what they said, and my stupid behind was in the camp. But all is well. No, it's not.
No, it's not. I need release dates, bro.
Yeah, this is true. So, Lord Addict, Gamescom, Xbox, what's up?
Yeah, I think when it comes down to them, Gamescom, it makes sense. They got a lot of content now, and one of the things that I always tell people is, even because I do think that so far this year, in terms of like first party, has been a little dry for Xbox, especially just for me, because, you know, Hellblade was a fun experience, but it wasn't nothing that I was ever like. I wasn't really looking forward to Hellblade. I was surprised with the fun I had with it, but I wasn't really looking forward to that game. Like, the biggest game I was looking forward to was Avowed, because, you know, I'm a huge Obsidian fan. Right. Even Indiana Jones to a degree. Like, I don't have no like real connection to the brand like that. So, but I do feel like, especially when you're on like the Xbox platform, you're on Game Pass.
Right.
It's a lot harder to like.
They ascended.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to like complain when games aren't coming out, because like they're constantly giving you like a flux of games every month to play. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so what comes down to it, I hope Indiana Jones is good. Like, I really feel like we're going to get release dates on Indiana Jones. It is interesting that they decided to tell the Avowed release date before Gamescom. Maybe they were just trying to make sure that didn't like, oh, they show something good and then they say, oh, it's been delayed. And then maybe that's why they wanted to get that bad news out of the way, but still show good gameplay actually at the event. I think that's probably they're going that perspective because they don't want to. Oh, we're going to show you this gameplay, and then the only thing people are talking about is it's delayed. So I think that's one of the reasons they went ahead and got that out of there. As far as like any surprises, I don't know. Like they haven't really used platforms like Gamescom or like Tokyo Game Show to like make any big announcements. They're not going to be at Tokyo Game Show, so maybe they'll use this platform a little bit more than they would typically do. It's going to be interesting. I think they've gotten to the point where there's so many studios constantly making games that there is a conversation internally that it's like some of these games could be almost done or done, but we got to delay it just because we have to delay it. Like I do disagree Saab a little bit on, them delaying it internally because of how stacked some of the holiday is. Avowed is a big title for Xbox, but for the industry, I don't know if it can compete with some of the bigger titles that's coming out this holiday. So I do think, because I want Obsidian to do well. So to me, coming out in February, because I think that's when the date was, is the best case scenario for them. Regardless if they could have dropped it during the holiday and, sound relatively good success, I prefer the most success you possibly can have. And I think that is in February. It's not like a huge delay. Now, if you were talking, because remember, King, when I was talking to you about when Avowed was when Avowed was delayed, I said they'd be stupid to go out there on that stage and just say 2025. Like they've told us too many dates, too many year release windows. Now, the next time I see you on that stage, if I see Avowed at all, and it doesn't have a street date, we got an issue.
Yeah. The problem is if they don't hit it, though, right?
I think they'll hit it. I think it was one of those things where the game's going to be done by then. I do think they delayed it because it's just busy. It's a busy couple months in that little, and not to mention Indiana Jones, Call of Duty, Assassin's Creed, like even Star Wars at the end of the month, like because people aren't just competing with the
Astrobot. It's crazy.
Yeah, Astrobot. So I think that's the biggest thing. Now, one thing I will say, and I don't know how you guys feel, I don't want to see Avowed at that January show. I don't care if it's in February.
So you don't want a deep dive?
I don't want a deep dive because we've had a deep dive in January this year. We're going to have another deep dive to some degree at Gamescom. They're showing us more gameplay. I don't want to see no more Avowed until the game comes out. Especially now, if you show us like a video deep dive, kind of like a dev diaries, that's okay because you're just going to drop that on YouTube. But don't take time away from games coming out next year to give it to a game that should have been out already.
Right.
So to me, because that January direct
Showcase.
to me is about games coming out that year that's been confirmed at that point. Like I don't see Fable being there. Like people, I don't know. Do you guys think that next year is because right now we're 2 years in, it looks like they're going to stack a direct at the end of these June showcases. Do you guys think next year is Call of Duty again? Because I don't.
No.
I don't think they need to do it.
I think this year was different because they wanted to show that they had Call of Duty, but I don't think that's the practice you need to do from year to year. Next year, I believe Fable is going to be that attachment to the June showcase because that's clearly the game that they're putting the most behind, unless like maybe a Gears, maybe that's possible because it's rumored that Gears is coming out next year. I don't know, but all I know is the amount of games that's coming out next year. To me, we're probably going to see like Compulsion's game. There's so many different things that we can see there, but I do feel like I want to see games that I haven't really seen a whole lot at that January showcase. As long as it's not there, because it's like, what are you going to do? Oh, we're going to show you gameplay and then 2 weeks it's coming out. Like, that's not really the venue for do something like that. Just show a YouTube trailer in that case.
Yeah.
Like I want to see Doom. I want to see Fable. Like I want to see Compulsion's game. Like these are the games I want to see. I don't want to see Avowed for like the 4th time in a row.
Yeah. So are you not convinced that Fable's coming next year?
Yes, no, I'm convinced.
So then it would be in that January showcase, right?
Yeah.
No.
So you think they would do it again? And
Last year, Starfield came out and it wasn't at the January showcase.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is I feel like the way they're going, their big game of the year is attached to that June showcase.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not at the January showcase. So that's why I feel next year Fable will be attached to the June showcase. Because at that point you have more time.
January.
And it will probably get like an October, November release date.
Yeah.
So what you think is then with Call of Duty, because I do agree, I do think that was a one-off where they do want to just show the power that they had Call of Duty. Do you think that they're just going to go back to the normal cadence that they had with Call of Duty where Activision just does their own showcase and talks about the game on their own separately again?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing someone in the chat said I respectfully disagree, Addict. Microsoft's need to market the game as much as possible. I'm not saying they don't need to market their game. I'm saying there's a time and place for something, and you shouldn't market a game that at an event where it's not really designed to market that way. So far, that January showcase is about what's coming out this year. What we ain't really talked about a whole lot. We're going to show you new gameplay.
They're setting up the year.
That is what that's about. To me, Avowed being pushed back to 2025 slightly doesn't mean you need to put that right back in that showcase again.
Right. You're right.
To me, that needs to go towards the games, because Avowed had last year's showcase. Don't give that time to another game that deserves it the year after when it's coming out, like 2 weeks, potentially. We don't even know if they're having a direct. Most likely they are. Yeah. But to me, Avowed had its time. Give another game that spot. Because if you put an Avowed there, you're taking something else out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to add to it so I can give my summations to what I think Gamescom is going to be?
As a gamer, I agree with you, Addict. As a person that knows how business works, they're going to most likely put that in there. It probably won't be something that finishes the show in January, but I can definitely see it starting the show just to be a reminder that, hey, this game comes out like next month. Because when you're not talking about something, you might as well not be promoting it. Yeah. So they're going, even if it's a 20-second trailer that just shows off some of the cool things they talked about over the course of this year during all the different showcases, just a big, sizzle reel, something like that's going to be in there. To get people excited and hyped for it to come out the next month. But I do agree with you overall that it really doesn't need to be talked about more than it has been, but they will do it again at least one more time.
Yeah, because they want to make sales happen. So my thoughts on Gamescom. Microsoft has been really bullish this year with the fact that this is going to be the biggest Gamescom booth that they had, biggest presence that they're going to have in Gamescom. And also, not to bemoan the fact that in California, at the same time that they're doing Gamescom, they will be having an event out there as well. So that leads me to believe, being that they open one new studio and they have split Playground Games into 3 studios. Well, knowing that one of those studios that they split from the 2 is a support studio to help in between the 2. So we assume, because nobody have any real documentation on that to prove either yay or nay, but the assumption leaves heavy to it being a support studio within the fold, which kind of makes sense for that to be. I believe that they will have one new IP that they're going to talk about. And it could be a beloved IP that everybody's been screaming about, that they don't feel that is a AAA IP, that they feel is a AA IP, because that studio is a AA studio. So, and then that would be a great way to kick off Gamescom. And because I don't understand why you would have an event in California if you're having a presence that's in Gamescom, where it's necessary. right? So you don't, it's not like you going, hey man, we're going to have a presence in New York. Like, why would you have a presence if you're already going to be at Gamescom and all eyes are going to be at you there? So obviously it must be something that's a big announcement that is going to reverberate across continents, right? And I think Microsoft has so much stuff in tuck that it stands to be that this Gamescom might, in essence, rival the June show. And all right, take this part with a grain of salt. When I'm saying this is, I'm saying that, all right, so the games show in June, if it was a 9 or a 10 or whatever number you gave it, take that, carry that over to Gamescom, because they're going to pretty much show you the same exact stuff, plus more, whatever they didn't show you or show it to you in a different way. So if you scored that a 10, you should be scoring this a 10. And if they add extra, there goes the sauce or whatever the hell, whatever score that you give it. I think that is their mind state going into this Gamescom. They got extra and they're a little bit more bullish with how they're proceeding because they told you already that Avowed is going to be pushed into February. They gave you that date. And I think they gave you that date because of all the talk that was surrounding Avowed in the past week. You had a lot of, journalists coming out saying they heard that Avowed will miss its date this year. And I think internally at Microsoft, they're tired of their announcements being leaked. So they said, you know what? We're going to give you a date. Because I didn't hear any of the people that said it was going to be, that was going to slip out of this year, say a date. So I think they wanted to be on top of that. They already know that it's going to slip out. Let's give them the date ourselves, opposed to somebody else reporting a date, because that's detrimental, because that means that you have a leak that's inside the building and you got to really find that stuff out. So I think they wanted to get ahead of that, let you know that that game is coming out in February. Here's a date. Since y'all want dates, here's a date for the game. And I do honestly believe Stalker bumped it. I think it was a convenient excuse, right? Oh, Stalker's not going to make it. You're going in November? Cool. We could slot you in November, because remember, they got to talk to Microsoft because that's their partner. Well, when do you think you can deliver the game? Well, the earliest we can deliver the game is November. Microsoft looks at the schedule. What can we do? If they're having any type of trepidations with Avowed, it could need some more time in the cooker or whatever the hell. Let's slat that out and put them in. Only reason why I say that is because when we was at Summer Games Fest, when Microsoft came over, they went directly to the Stalker booth and directly to the Replace booth, where I played both of those games. And I felt, because of all the information we gave back to the developer, that the games wasn't ready. There was minor tweaks that was necessary to said games, but whatever build that we got a chance to play, that's not it. And it was minor stuff. Don't misquote me by saying, oh, it was major stuff. No, it was minor stuff that I felt that was in Stalker. Like when you go to pick something up, holding a button. If you're in a life and death situation, I'm gonna equate it to Fortnite. When I run past on Fortnite, I want to press X, not hold X, to pick up a weapon. That type of thing. All right. And don't tell me it's the gravitas of the world or whatever. So I gave them my feedback and they wrote down the feedback, and if they could take it and they could use it or not. Same thing with Replace. So I think we're going to get a date for Replaced, like we have a date for Stalker. So we know where other Microsoft first-party partnerships, third-party partnerships place inside Game Pass. We know where the big heavy hitters are going to place. And we do not want Avowed to be cannibalized by anything, right? So again, if it can slip out to February, fine. In a year where you can say you have great titles coming out, and I know a lot of PlayStation dudes is like, yeah, we heard it before, whatever. Yeah, the sky is falling. Let me know when it hits me in the head, type of thing. Xbox guys, you're seeing the fruits of your patience. bearing out for you right now. And also remember, when you ask for something, be careful because you might get it. We didn't have a lot of games one time. Remember, Xbox didn't have any games. Now we have so many games, we're porting them over to other consoles. This is the good and the bad of it. When you have all that stuff to talk about, some of that stuff is going to slip. And remember, when you're a platform, you got to play stuff and you got to respect your partners. You got to respect the deals that you have in place. And it's not, let's throw everything inside Game Pass, and the new person that got into Game Pass, it doesn't matter because it's new to him. That's not how it works. How it works is you have to look at the industry as a whole. We have a lot of stuff that's going on right now. And the last thing that we do need is a game to come out that was paid for heavily, and for it to flop in any form or fashion due to yourself. Let it flop on its own merits, not let it flop because you placed it right next to Elden Ring DLC or something stupid like that, right? Oh, you said, oh, I'm going to put it a week after Call of Duty. Dumb. Oh, because the Call of Duty guy is not going to play Avowed. You really just have to balance it a little bit differently. And I think the Game Pass platform owner is going to have to exercise patience in release dates and when games are coming out, because like Addict said, a lot of these games can be done already, but placing them next to titles that need to breathe is not advantageous to them. And if you're looking at the money dudes don't care about getting the game as fast as possible. They care about making as much money on said game as possible. And if it doesn't align with you, and it aligns with them, they're going to win, not you. You're the consumer, they're the manufacturer. So, Bungie, Addict, do we have something to show the people?
Yep, we do.
Before we do it, can we just get these super chats? Let's do that.
Yes,
Let's get
yes,
so we can. We will catch up with the super chats.
I'm
no,
new
no,
to
no,
this.
no, that's fine. So we don't get caught up crazy at the end. Let me see. Let me roll back. Danny Passion, once again, $5 super chat. That's happened when I'm writing, and that's what happens when I'm writing and editing videos at the same time. I wouldn't be buying the ROG Ally X if I wouldn't be able to sell the OG I sold. So that's that's what Danny Passion meant.
Okay.
So there's only one of them. Okay, good. And we got Jay Rembert, $5 super chat. I respectfully disagree with Addict. Microsoft needs to market their game or games as much as possible. You already read that one. Thank you, Jay. And then Jay Rembert, again, $10 super chat. People forgot that Sarah Bond and Microsoft was actively helping the Stalker dev because of their involvement with the war in Ukraine. This is an extension of that. Facts.
Yeah.
All right.
They're a partner.
Their partner. All right. We're caught up.
So we got we do got Cog. Cog couldn't make it, but this is Bungie, and he not only did he send us Forte, did like the alley with Forte at the last moment. He also gave us a 7-minute video for you guys to watch. We ain't never done nothing like this, so I apologize because this is a little weird. Because we're going to go ahead and let Cog get his bars off. He sent another one, but it's only like 4 minutes. It's another topic. But you guys can at least get Cog's perspective on this particular thing. So enjoy.
All right. And we are not live. Lord Cognito here on the check-in, man. First of all, shout out to my brothers, man, because y'all know I've been burning this candle for a bit, and I always be on my health is wealth. But mental health is wealth, and your boy's burnt out. So spoke to my brothers. They held me down. Love y'all. King, Addict, Solve. I know y'all going to keep the fort down, and hopefully any little special guests that popped in the realm, if they did, salute to y'all for holding it down, and hopefully be back in a week or two. But we got to talk about these topics, man. We got to talk about it. I had some bars for y'all right quick. Let's talk about my baby. Rest in peace. Pour one out for the homie real quick. Pour one out for the homie. Shout out to Bungie. Shout out to Destiny. But man, what awful news this week. And I do remember seeing this Bungie update from Pete Parsons. New path for Bungie. And talking about all the things that is going on. Laying off so many people now. I think from 1,300 down to 800. Absolutely horrible stuff. I mean, I'm just going to get to it. Like, at the end of the day, the thing that pissed me off, I'm looking at the statement. and they talk about, the expansion, how fast things went on them, economic downturn, all this stuff. We were overly ambitious. We tried everything we could to avoid, this thing, and we were stretched too thin, and we moved too quickly. And it's just like, okay, so let's be clear. All the decisions that you made and management and stakeholders made, this is now the second set of layoffs. So my thing is, where's the accountability? And we got to talk about it, because it gets to that point where it's like, this has always been the issue with Bungie. It seems, despite the developers' best interest, who, let's be clear, delivered Final Shape, arguably the greatest expansion in Destiny history, arguably their Avengers Endgame moment. I mean, all my people hit me up saying, yo, they absolutely did. And this is the reward for those people. This is the reward for people who put their blood, sweat, and tears on the line, who told you what you need to do to listen to us as the player base. But no, this is the situation we are. And that's unfortunate. Unfortunately now, you've been borged. You have new owners. And as we heard before with the whole board and the assimilation, most likely that has taken place. I don't know for sure if Herman Holtz is in lead of it, but we do know there is a spin-off studio that clearly something Sony liked, that they were like, hey, we're going to take that and we're going to do this little MOBA game that you got that we think is actually good, because the problem is their burn rate was too high, and Microsoft actually called it. I remember during the FTC leaks, and we saw that document from Microsoft saying Bungie is a target, but hey, they may have an inflated view of themselves of how much they work. And that's the thing. We realize now that they finessed Sony. Like, they legit finessed Sony for $3.6 billion. And now this is the cracking of the whip, right? And now Sony's in control of that studio. So look, I'm going to be real with you. Like, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. I think for me, what really crushed me and any true Destiny fans' hopes is when you hear Luke Smith and Mark Noseworthy go leave Bungie, whether it be fired, separate. The reports seem to be varying. Shout out to Jason Schreier, shout out to Paul Tassi. But, when you hear they are no longer part of the Destiny brain trust, like, these are literally the Kevin Feige of the Destiny universe, the ones who have pulled this game from like the dregs when everything seems to be down, and then it shoots right back up. This studio has been surviving, they succeeding despite leadership, and now this is the raw. And if you look at Twitter, man, there's a lot of people going in, but current employees, former employees, saying Pete gotta go. If you want to talk about, people always like to talk about mismanagement. You want to talk about mismanagement? This is the definition of mismanagement, this studio. And it's sad because it didn't have to be this way. And then obviously we hear about the new structure, it's going into smaller DLCs, one free content thing a year. Look, I'm just going to be real. Shout out to the 800 that are still there. I love you guys. Obviously, I'm pulling for you guys, but I can't in good faith seeing that I'm going to be confident that the game is going to do well without your brain trust, right? And then who knows what the future holds? We know there's not going to be no D3. We heard that there was going to be a game called Payback, which is supposed to be a third-person game in the Destiny universe where you play as the iconic characters. That's gone. You know what I mean? There was supposed to be a PvP mode. That's gone. There's Project Gummy Bears. So I don't know if that's still going on, like a MOBA or something. To me, all this seems now is everything is contingent on marathon success. And I'm going to be real with y'all. Look, if that thing ain't free to play, and they talking some $40 Concourse situation, and let's just be real, it's an extraction shooter. That's niche, bro. Like, there's not too many of those. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I don't know how the Tarkov and all that stuff going to work. I don't know. I mean, outside of Rainbow Six Siege with the tactical stuff, I don't know how that works. So, look, if anybody could pull it off, yes, it's Bungie, but they're in a situation where it's just, man, it's all self-inflicted, it feels. And now, the way I look at them is like this. That's my final thought. Look, you know how much I love this franchise. Y'all know it. Attic, our friendship started with this thing. IronLordsPodcast was named after King, the Raid. Destiny's such a passionate game that, you play with each other. When you fight, when you have real fights with your friends over a game, you love the game. And then I got solved to play Destiny 2 with me one time. We did a mission, you know what I'm saying? Fix your face off. I know you scrounging during this topic, but you're going to listen to these bars. But look, I'm just going to say, I look at it like, one of my greatest movies of all time is Terminator 2. I look at this as like Terminator 2, to me, there could be no more movies after that. And the series ended at that point, and I'm good. That's what Final Shape is to me. I choose to remember them that way. Of course, I will check in to see what's going on here and there, but the Bungie that I know, and it's almost like a Bioware thing. You're Bungie in name, but you're not Bungie in heart, if that knows what I mean. But look, I still got some friends over there that's still over there. You know, we'll see what happens with both of them. But yeah, this is devastating news, and it's unfortunate. And look, we want to talk about accountability. Where's the accountability from up top? Let's be real. So that's all I got. Pour one last one for the homies. Trade a little Terminator 2 music. And all you haters that's coming in here, listen, man, we rocked y'all for 10 years, 10 summers, 10 winters. Nobody was beaten. We beat ourselves, damn it. Nobody beat it. All you little guys on the side, your divisions, your warframes, your anthem, all you dudes came along. But it took the king to kill a king. All jokes aside, man, but love this game, and more bars for y'all later.
So we are back. Do something we ain't never done before. That was a little interesting.
When I do it, you know, why do we have the? Okay, we didn't have the end show. I thought the end credit show was up. When I do it, you know, I do it like a minute or so, something like that. Remember, I did that Jim Ryan a little dingy thing. So you know, he got a chance to really do something and say something that really, really mattered.
Well, see, the thing is, when I was
us.
talking to Cog and I was like, man, it's like 7 minutes. He's like, you're short. And I was like, this is Bungie. I was like, we'll just let it rock. Like,
yeah, I think he needed to pour one out because, you know, he held the line longer than most. And I've been gave up the ghost a long time ago. And I'm really gave up the ghost. That's wow, no pun intended. I really need to finish Final Shape, actually, just to close out the stuff, to close out the series, to close out all that time that I did pour into Destiny. And I'm gonna say this, right? And I know it's unconventional for the host to say his little bars first, but I don't want Solve to steal everything from me like he normally does, or Forte to have the great insight on Destiny that he definitely does have, or Addict.
It's okay, King. Go ahead and turn this into PlayStation somehow. We're
Oh no. And Addict to have his indifference to the franchise that I know that he will have. I just want to say a couple little things. I think Bungie was always their own worst enemy. I think the greed from selling Halo, having your money, you invested in yourself, you became an entrepreneur within yourself, and you set out on yourself, and remember how ambitious Destiny was. And for that to hit, I want y'all to understand, catching lightning in a bottle as a developer with a separate franchise that you've made and conceived in your head is, I don't know what the odds is, but I guess they're next to none, right? Destiny is completely different from Halo in many regards. But for it to succeed and be equally as important in, let's say, the third-party space, right? I can say Destiny is as important as Halo is for a first-party developer. Destiny is as important for a third-party developer. Is one of the pillar franchises that's in games of services that's in the top 10 to 20 every month on every platform besides Nintendo because they can't handle it. I always thought their arrogance and their greed outmatched their reach. It allowed them to be ambitious with a lot of their things, and they overstepped, and they needed help with Activision. And when they did that, because they already had their bread, so when you overspend it, and I'm going to get to the overspending part very quickly, because I'm going to tell you they're not frugal with their cash. When you overspend, and you don't bring in as much money as you overspend, you're going to find yourself in a hole very quickly. And it's very hard to dig yourself out of it because you still have your same expenses, but you don't have the operating income to get you out of the hole that you made and maintain your same expenses. So you have to sell yourself to another company. And they did. And they successfully went there, and the franchise took a dip, and they pulled themselves out of that by getting out of the contracts. And we thought they were Houdini. We thought they were the best of the best. And then they sold to Sony because, again, they overspent. Now the bubble popped in the industry, and you have a board of directors, you have shareholders now at Sony that is looking at your spending and looking at what you're bringing back in. And though Final Shape was a critically acclaimed success, all this critically acclaimed stuff, remember that stuff, it has to sell. You're a success. And they told you by what metrics is a success. And I want you to understand, these corporations will tell you that something is a success, but they still make cuts in that same department, because what they consider is a success is not something that's knocked out the park. It's a success, and they didn't axe the whole studio, probably, type of thing. Now, we heard that they got paid $3-point-something billion. We also heard that it was like $1 billion to retain staff. They told staff that they would not be letting anybody go. Nothing will change. Everything will be status quo. We have enough operating capital to continue and push forward. They have multiple projects in the cooker, and this was going to be Bungie's most ambitious task at hand as far as bringing the company forward. They was also tasked by Sony to oversee all games and services that Jim Ryan greenlit. I believe Bungie sabotaged all of them because they knew that they overspent, and the eyes would be going around, get rid of the competition first and try to stave off the wolves. The first line of people left, that $1 billion still wasn't talked about. Insurance policies and stuff like that only had, health insurance policies, they only had 1 day on health insurance. I've got let go by a company before, and I had Cobra. I had Cobra for a whole year. If you understand what Cobra is, it's bad, bro. If you ever went to a healthcare service with Cobra, understand your copay crazy. You probably don't have the bread because you just got laid off. I felt sorry for those people then because I felt that management, what we heard was the place was a husk of itself. It was a toxic work environment. We heard that they let go of all project managers that would have town hall meetings that was holding that stuff together before. That stuff is not being held together now. Now we get to this. We come to find out that Pete Parsons has paid 2.5 or 2.6 or 2.3, whatever, $2+ million in vintage cars. Now, you can do whatever you want as a CEO with your money, but if you know your company is going down and you can save them personally, and you decide to go out and buy stuff that don't matter and then put out a tweet saying that you're going to miss the people, or better yet, you have somebody over to your house to show off your cars and you let them go a week later, that's tantamount to Jim Ryan going to London and having a pizza party and closing the studio the following week. I don't know if it's systemic. It's a tone deaf attitude over at certain corporations. Say, I won't do it, Addict. I'll be good. I won't do it because I don't really think it's a Sony thing. I think this was Bungie doing it to themselves. Now, all you have is Marathon. Matt has been canceled. All those other stuff that you had in the cooker is dead. You have been assimilated into Sony, and they put people in place because they knew that you would overspend because this is your MO. I got to say today, I have never been prouder of Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer, first of his name, because when Bungie came across that table, he said, you're a spendthrift. You will not worth your squeeze. You're going to cost us more money than you're going to bring in. Remember when they put Destiny inside Game Pass? That was a litmus test to find out exactly how much is really going on in the background and how much money is being spent and brought in. That $3.6 billion that they overspend for them was a detriment and arbitrage to the Sony Corporation. And I think they lost more by purchasing Bungie and by putting faith in Bungie. And I personally hang factions around their neck because I think they sabotaged them, because I'm pretty sure Factions was a better game, not than Destiny, than probably some of the stuff that they had in the cooker, and they understood that if this game comes out,
Factions is probably a better game, just not better monetized.
Right. I think that they did it on purpose. Well, whatever happens to them now, but they're part of Sony now. I don't care, just in name, like Cog said, they're no longer there. And it sucks so bad because I love the games that they did put out. But at least their games will last in perpetuity throughout the gaming universe. We will all have memories of Destiny and Halo, and they did these things. But you buying $2-point-something million when you could have saved all those people, but chose not to, shows me the character at Bungie, and that means that's exactly what needed to happen. Solve, back to you.
You said it all. I think, when you think about me and how I felt about Destiny, so for the past 10 years, I have not been necessarily a Bungie fan. I've seen the appeal of the game. It just isn't for me. It's not the game that I want from them. And obviously, I knew they weren't going to make that type of game anymore. So, I was just kind of done with Bungie, but it was always interesting to observe the things that they were doing. And I just think, and this is just from my perspective, King said a whole lot that made a whole lot of sense. And I think for me, just the way I see it, it just felt like there had been issues with how that company was being managed for a very long time. And incongruent to that happening internally, there was still a very high level of hubris that came with, kind of the self-worth that they felt that they had and that they could command from wherever they went. When they were able to walk away from Microsoft, with, obviously Destiny was kind of, they gave up Halo, and, when they were able to walk away and do their own thing, I was like, wow, okay. They got it like that. They have that clout. And then they go to Activision and get in bed with Activision. So they get in bed with one devil. And you realize that, hey, eventually that wasn't working out. And they were able to walk away from that completely.
Crazy.
With that IP, total control of it. Bobby Kotick said, just whatever, go. Right. So,
he probably wanted them gone.
Yeah. Because they don't make, because of, the fact that the management structure is such that it was probably talent led at the top, which means artist led as opposed to business led. I'm sure there was a lot of headbutting going on there.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go out on your own. You maybe realize that, again, you don't have the business acumen to kind of do it on your own, so you go. And during this time period, they were solo. They released decent stuff for Destiny, if I can recall, but I guess the hardcore felt like, hey, you either need to build up or you need to figure this out, because the cadence of release and the quality of release overall isn't what we expect from you. But again, they didn't have a bag behind them, right? They didn't have a bigger entity behind them supporting them. It was just them. So then they go and they're able to finagle this thing with Sony at a time when Sony no longer had any of that type of knowledge internally when it comes to making multiplayer stuff and making live service stuff. They needed somebody who understood that from the ground up, and they were able to get basically a king's ransom from Sony to go in and kind of be that team that informs the decision making on the initiatives that they were having now at Sony. Because again, to King's point, Jim Ryan greenlit a bunch of these games as service games, and I think he greenlit them maybe a couple of years too late, right? Because when you're late to a wave, you just kind of get hit with the wave. You don't ride it, you get slapped in the face with the wave. And I think despite people saying Concord seems like it's a decent game, it may not get any traction just because of you're a little too late. So I think when they come into PlayStation and they come in and they get all this autonomy, they're able to sort of question decision making on other games to the point where other games get reevaluated and possibly not come out, in addition to the trials and tribulations that happen with their own game. And then at the same time trying to maintain that autonomy that we were all surprised they were able to keep when they joined Sony, and then also trying to spread out and make this third person thing that we're making, and just again moving forward into Marathon, right? And whatever this other thing that we're making as well. It's like they spread themselves very thin, and they just weren't able to maintain it all. And we wondered how they were able to get these terms with Sony. And what you find out afterwards is like, at the bottom of the contract, they signed it in blood. And they signed it in blood, and they sold their soul to the devil. But it was a devil that, because of the fact that they did not or do not have that internal structure that is made to support these types of games, PlayStation extracted what they needed from them, and that's it. And then at the point that the things they were working on were not hitting the way it's supposed to, well, now we have the autonomy over that, and now we're laying off X amount of people, and this is going to be a smaller team, and you're going to work on the things that we want you to work on. And you may not, they haven't spoken to this, but the chances of, what if Sony starts thinking back on some of their decisions and like, yeah, some of this stuff's going to be first party, and that's it. It's going to be first party. It's going to be exclusive. It's not going to go to all these platforms. No, we don't want you to do all this stuff. All that stuff is on the table now. Because of this assassination that they've walked into, really. And it's a sad thing. It's a sad thing because they had not one, but two moments, at least during the course of their lifetime, where they had the ability, if they had just been able to ride it out, to stand on their own and stay on their own. Particularly, again, they started the wave in a lot of ways when it came to service-based games, especially in the console space, and that jumped and translated to the PC space. So they were the ones that kind of held the cards there. And it was a matter of figuring out how do you continue that. And I know it's not easy, when you're on your own, you're kind of working check to check, no matter how rich you are, you're working check to check. You don't have a bag behind you that's going to be like, okay, you can stumble here and you're still fine, right? That wasn't the case. And I understand that. But it just kind of feels like, in hindsight's 2020, you look at the situation and it felt like that was always going to happen unless they had the greatest success ever and everything that they touched within PlayStation turned to platinum. You kind of feel like this was always going to be at what was going to happen at the end of the road, at least to a certain extent, whether it was them shrinking, whether it's, some of the terms of what they were able to maintain third party and stuff like that changing and things of that nature. It always felt like this was kind of the last stop for the Bungie that we knew for the past decade, simply because they sold to somebody whose interests were just jumping into the space quickly at the tail end of this wave and not really understanding what it takes to maintain that over the long term and not really necessarily wanting it to be the case. We have these games that are still coming out. We have Concord, we have Fair Games next year. We'll see how they do. But at the end of the day, I really do think once Jim Ryan walked out of there, that thinking changed, and they realized that they had overinvested in that, and they did not need the Bungie that they purchased for the amount of money that they purchased to continue to have that amount of strength within the company, that amount of autonomy, and frankly, that big of a team to work on whatever they're working on moving forward. So it's a sad thing for Bungie, the company, the people at the company that have been laid off and have put all of their heart and effort into making this, this 10-year thing. That, when they said it at first, I was like, that's not happening. Something's going to happen along the way. And they achieved it. I have to tip my hat to that. They achieved it. They weren't able to do it under one umbrella, right? Because I always, I never understood. I understand why they did a Destiny 2, but I wish it would have just been Destiny for 10 years and they would have been able to iterate on that. But, the bones that they built on needed to be kind of reevaluated, and they needed to do it too. Cool. But they did it. They gave you a Destiny product for a decade, and that's something they should most definitely be proud of. I just think, on the other hand, though, let me be a little bit of a devil's advocate. I do feel like these, the heads of Bungie, the ones that were there at its inception, right? The blood, sweat, and tears at its inception, they worked hard to build it to what it is. And sometimes you build something to a certain point, you love it, and then you want to walk away, and you've earned that right. So, these guys walking away, selling it out, getting their payday and walking away, I understand how it looks, right? But I gotta feel like, hey, they earned that right too, because they built it from nothing. So they kind of earn that right. And sometimes once you let something go, you don't have a say on as to what happens to it and how, and the love and care with which is handled after you let it go. It's just like you don't have the right to say that. I do believe though. Yeah, exactly. It's once Lucas gave it up, you gave it up. You can cry, you can bitch, you can moan, you can not be happy with the direction. You gave it up, and you got paid mightily for it. So and then we got to remember too, right? Part of that king's ransom that they were able to finagle from Sony was in them being able to retain like these contracts for people to stay on, right? So apart from their bag that they got, right, the originators and the owners, the people, at least my thinking is the people that were top, heads of departments and things like that. The vast majority of people that stayed on with Bungie once they jumped on to PlayStation were taken care of in that additional, amount of money that was given in order for them to stay and not gut the entire company. So there's, it was a win-win on both sides, because obviously if you're PlayStation, you don't want to buy Bungie and have it gutted immediately, because then they're not what you bought.
Yeah, it'd be Tango.
It'd be something else. Exactly. So, to me, they did what they could to protect some of their people as long as they could, and that's a positive. But at the end of the day, I do think, ultimately for the gamers and the people that love Bungie for the things that they put out there, it just feels like a raw deal, because Bungie as it was is no more. And short of PlayStation wanting to just divest themselves of them completely and being like, oh, okay, whatever's left of Bungie, you guys can go independent, do whatever you want. That Bungie that we knew is done. And that's a sad thing to see, because again, as a company, they have been able to get their freedom on multiple occasions, something that does not happen often. More often than not, if a company extends the courtesy of trying to sell your dev studio before they decide to close it down, and you often don't get that. So for Bungie to be able to walk away twice now, it's just sad that this is how it ends up, when maybe the thinking going in was, hey, this is going to take us to the next level, and that's not what happened. So it's unfortunate. It really is. I can't even begin to think about how, the hardcore who really loved this game and really invested this game over a decade feel. I cried over Bungie a long time ago. I'm done with that. So But man, yeah, it's crazy, but I don't know, man. Like I said, hindsight's always 2020, but I kind of saw it coming in some way, shape, or form. It was just, you know, when it comes to money situations over art, the money situation is always going to win out. And the money situation and what's acceptable in this day and age is so much different than what it used to be, that success is measured so differently, that the parameters now are just on a different level. And it isn't fair. It isn't fair to any type of game that these expectations are sort of projected onto it. But that's where we're at, especially with this game. When you talk about service games, it's a whole different ball game. So sad to see. I'm sorry for you guys. I really love it. For it to end this way, I am glad though that for the most part everybody felt Final Shape really, put a bow on this in as good a way as it could possibly happen. So that's my take.
Lord Attic.
Why I gotta go next? What's going on?
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go to family and friends. I'm gonna send out a lifeline to Forte, because you know what? When I heard about this, honestly, Forte, I really thought about you, right? And I said, damn, Slow Mo must be going crazy in this dude's DMs. And who would have thunk it, right? That Division 3 is coming out, but Destiny 3 is in the crapper.
Yeah.
Right? And it was all good just a week ago. I would not want to know what's going on DPS with that. But brother, comrade in arms, tell me your thoughts, because I know you heard my anger to the frivolous spending, because somebody needs to go to Mr. Chow's every other Thursday.
Right. Yeah. So it's hard. It's hard because you got to separate the game from all the other stuff that's going on. But the reason myself and Cog and a lot of the hardcore people feel the way we feel about it is, let's just speak to the game itself first. 10 years, man, like 2,849 hours of Destiny 2, 1,931 hours of Destiny 1. That's not time sitting in the dashboard looking at the screen. That's not time that's sitting in orbit while you fell asleep at the TV while your TV is still on. That's not that type of time.
Okay, what he's saying is something that happened. We're in the chat. We're like, who's snoring?
Right, exactly. That's the thing. People don't know. Time wasted on Destiny does not take any of that stuff into account. It takes account when you are in an activity playing the actual game. That's how much time I put into this. And I met amazing people. I met you guys. I met amazing people along the way. Like, it was like the closest, in my opinion, that we will get. That this game is the closest we will ever get back to what Xbox Live Party Chat was like. You was in a party in a raid with 3 or 6 people, just talking about your life. Like, you would be playing Destiny doing random stuff, and you're just talking about how's your week, how's this been going. People talking about what they gonna do for their kids for the vacations and stuff like that. It brought a sense of like. It was just amazing. I can't even put words into that. And the biggest thing for me is 21 million people bought Destiny 1 on day one because of Bungie. It wasn't because it was Destiny. It was because people believed in Bungie. 21 million people, day one, was there at the beginning just because we believed in what you did when it came from the backings of Halo. And like you said, Saul, I cried a long time ago about Bungie, especially when it came to Halo. But I felt like, at least in Halo, I saw the end of it for Bungie, at least. Mm-hmm. I felt like Reach was the pinnacle of what they could have gave me. When I was at the end of Reach fighting for my life and I didn't know that you were going to die anyway,
Yeah.
We was off, like, I literally fought for like 15, 20 minutes trying to live, and then I started seeing Scorpion takes and stuff. I mean, I scored Wraith takes and stuff, and I'm like, oh no, this is a wrap. We ain't making it up out of here. So it was like things like that that just like really truly impact me, the loss and stuff. And then we get to Destiny, and they get in bed with Activision, and I was one of the few people. And shout out to Slumbo. He rides me hard about this. Pause. About yeah, exactly. about Destiny and about the situation. But I brought it up to him once again. I told him, I was like, back in 2019 when they separated from Activision, I was like, dude, y'all don't see the progression still being the same. It's like people blame, like we're quick to blame Activision for all the things that was happening at Bungie, but it was always Bungie is the reason. Like I always tell people, you signed a freaking contract. Why can't you stay on schedule with your offerings and stuff? Why should Activision have to deal with the fact that you are burning through money and you're not living up to the deadlines of the game that you're trying to put out? If we were under Activision's timeline, we would have been on Destiny 3 by now.
Yep.
But Bungie wanted to separate, and they wanted to do it on their own. Nevertheless, to remember that you had Vicarious Studios, you had High Moon Studios, you had Raven Studios, you had them helping you make all of these great content. Remember, Forsaken was one of the best pieces of content they ever made, and that was not Bungie making it by themselves.
Yep.
But guess what? Us as gamers, we supported them because we believed in what Bungie was. We wanted to see them succeed. So we was like, yes, go off on your own, usher in new territory.
Supporting the devs.
It's supporting the devs. But guess what? And we still support the devs because there is a big, huge distinction. The devs are not the problem. It's everybody at the top that was the problem. And I tell people every day, ever since, and people don't even know who the name is probably anymore, I feel like ever since co-founder Jason Jones stepped away and stepped down into a more immediate role when he became the CCO of the company, and he even took even more of a sabbatical after Destiny 2 came out, a lot of the upper leadership that really fell on Pete Parsons when he became like full-fledged CEO of the company, the whole company went into a completely different direction. That's when you started seeing more of finding a way to like push your player base to spend more money and do this and do that. And the one thing that I will say, like, King, you love Fortnite. What did Epic do? Epic went out and said, guess what? We ain't making nothing else but Fortnite. We are a Fortnite studio now. Everything that we do is around Fortnite. We're going to make sure this game stays up to date. We're going to make sure that we always have skins for this game. We're going to go out and get marketing deals and everything when it comes to this.
You know what I attribute to that, Forte, and I know Epic made Gears of War, right?
Yes.
But they kind of stole Fortnite from PUBG. Here, there, whatever, court orders, whatever the hell, right?
Yep.
But this is that lightning in a bottle. I tell people that it doesn't strike like that. And I guess that was the arrogance of them to believe that they have enough of the talent that they can make something else again, because they have so many ideas. They're the house of ideas. Like Sovereign was saying, this is when the artist doesn't understand the infrastructure of the business, right? And so you had a ton of artists that was here, and artists always feel that they're one hit away from getting back to that stage, right? I think Epic knew they weren't one hit away, and we got Fortnite, and we're gonna rip it from PUBG's hands, and we're going to throw everything into this game. Whereas Bungie felt, we can do this all day.
But yeah, you're right. And trust me, that's why we're in the situation we're in now, is because of that forward thinking. And the thing is, I don't even have a problem with that type of forward thinking, because I do think you're one hit away on another IP from getting there. But we know once you separated from Activision in 2019. We all know what the world went through in 2020.
Yeah.
We know what happened then. So then, so then you saw the numbers jump up. Like 2021, spending went through the roof for all consumers and stuff. Gaming was at an all-time high. Destiny just released Beyond Light, which was not the best of DLCs, but everybody was sitting at home, so they made a lot of money off of that DLC. And then going into 2022, the crescendo at that point, Witch Queen came out, and everybody was happy. So their revenue was through the roof at that point. So then that's when they decided, and I feel like this was their biggest downfall. Everybody knew it was not going to stay that way forever. Why are we spinning off 4 different incubation projects? I can understand one when it came to Marathon. Why are we spinning off 4 different ones to start projects when you're not making money on nothing but Destiny at this point? Nobody else is giving you money. You're not in bed with Sony at this point. At this point, Microsoft was still courting you to see exactly what the viability of you as a company was. And like you said, Phil Spencer talked about it. The burn rate, way too high. You're spending way too much money for the amount of money you're bringing in. And guess what? Over 3 to 4 years, you're going to run out of money. So why are we doing this? Or why are we taking key pieces of the company and putting them in these incubation projects and taking away from the thing that's making you all the money that you're doing? PvP, no new maps over 3 to 4 years. No content for people to play on the longer end. Between 2020 and 2022, there was no major DLC release over an 18-month period because they just didn't have the manpower to do it. So, but we're willing to split off and like try to incubate these other projects that ain't gonna see the light of day. Maybe this whole entire generation. That's where I feel like it was a disservice, not only to the people and the men and women that work at Bungie, but to the fans and players of the game, because we're the ones that kept the game going. If we stop spending money, who's paying the bills at Bungie at that point? And then that's when you have Pete Parson going out there selling a bill of goods to Sony about what they're going to do for them in the near future and stuff. And then once again, Naughty Dog falls on the sword because of something that Bungie told them to do. It's just all messed up for me at this point. I just do not like the fact that I don't have a problem with Pete Parson spending the money he spent, $2.3 million on cars. Never tell anybody you can't spend. Dude, you worked real freaking hard over the course of 10 years, actually 20 years, because you've been there since the beginning. You can spend your money how you want to spend it, but guess what? You are the head of an organization, and if you see cuts coming down the line, maybe not start talking about the things that you have when you know you're going to be having to let people go in the interim, or maybe you do some other things. Like maybe there is some other things you could do. I'm not going to tell people to like take less money to do things because that's your company.
Just Nintendo does that, but go ahead. Sorry.
Exactly, Nintendo does that, but not trying to say. And that whole report that came out and said Bungie doesn't do stuff like that because they talked about it. Why did the CEOs or the upper leadership take less money? And it came out by them saying like, well, Bungie's not that type of company. Well, guess what? You're not about to be a company anymore because Sony just siphoned off 155 devs that's going to be under SIE, and then they took another 75 devs that they're literally splitting off to another incubation project under SIE that's going to be separate from you guys, meaning that they're not going to fall under the purview of what you said you were going to be doing, as all games that were made by Bungie are going to be third party. So you're losing people hand over fist. And Bungie that we have now, within 3 to 4 years, this company won't even be here anymore. Within 3 to 4 years, because they're just going to siphon them out over the course of the next couple of years. And if Marathon does not hit, which is very niche, and it doesn't have the goodwill name of Bungie behind it as like Destiny did coming from Halo.
Yeah.
That's going to be a real hard sell for some people in the future because Destiny really saved a lot of people's lives. I hate to say a video game saved lives for people, but it brought community together to people that never had a community before. And now in some people's eyes, that has been taken away because they don't know what the future of that thing is anymore.
Yep. Sure words haven't been spoken. But Lord Addict, I am so curious to hear your take on this, even though I watch your videos daily.
Yeah, it comes down to it. I think Bungie put themselves in this position. I think you can make the argument. I'm wondering if they opened up these other teams to be more approachable to be bought. Oh, we have not only is, Destiny popping, like we're having spinoffs. Because I will agree with Forte, just because one game's doing good, don't mean you should, divide the resources to that one game to make 4 other games.
Yep.
Like I don't understand who was there that said it was a good idea to, you know what, let's take all the funding from the moneymaker and let's try to make other moneymakers. I'm not telling them not to like expand. But what they should have done is pick one project they think is going to do really good. And I don't even care if they had to like work with a studio or work with a publisher, help fund this game. Because we're not taking away from Destiny because that's the money maker. Help fund this game. They didn't do that. They're like, you know what? I truly believe that the executive levels at at Bungie were convinced the Destiny community wasn't going to leave. Because throughout years,
I agree with that 100%.
Throughout years, didn't matter what they did, how much time they took to resell us the same content over and over again. It didn't matter what perspectives they were going to use to, not necessarily false advertise, but, kind of like
mislead.
Mislead. I mean, look at Shadow. Here's my thing when it comes to like the business model of Bungie. And maybe Forte especially can chime in on this. I don't mind if you have to repackage content for seasons. You get rid of something like the Leviathan. You bring that back in the season, like $10. Okay, for a couple weeks, I'll walk around in the Leviathan again, even though I'm essentially repaying you to give me content you took away from me.
Right.
Okay. What I started mining,
slimy.
what I started mining is when they were just, we're going to give you another location that was in D1. When the highlights every season, every expansion was stuff I've already touched from D1. Remember Shadowkeep? Where are we going? To the moon. What about there's a ship there that no one ever saw. Okay, what? Yeah, that's all.
We're back on Nessus now.
Yeah, back on Nessus. That's why I feel like if you look at it, you got Act 3. Where's that going, Forte?
A place we already been.
Act 1. Where'd that go, Forte?
Another place we already been.
And that was the biggest issue. The higher ups were convinced this community is never going to leave us. The content creators that make content in this community, they're never going to leave us. We can do whatever we want because they've went through the worst of it. And as long as they're like every like 2 or 3 years, they're like, we can mess up for 2 whole years straight, give you nothing but reuse content. As long as we hit that 3rd expansion out the park, you'll forgive us every time. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Being a Destiny fan, you kind of was in a domestic relationship. Like,
yep. She was beating you up, doing all types of bad things to you.
Yeah,
coming home late. Smelling like another guy's cologne. You was finding the other stuff inside the car, and she knew that you weren't going anywhere because you was gonna take it because you love the way she do her dirty little tricks. But it's over.
Yeah, it's just like you said, Addict. Like, even for myself, most of us we used to make jokes of it, like, yo, we're battered gamers when it comes to Destiny, and I knew that we was part of the problem when it came to that, because but the thing is, we loved the game so much that it kind of blinded you from all the facts that that were happening. But then for every gamer that plays that game, it becomes a reality at some point where you just like, this ain't it anymore. And for me, it became a point, as long as it took a long time to get there. But once I started noticing that all the PvP allocation was moved over to Marathon, that they didn't care about the Destiny PvP anymore, because guess what? Even running raids, as much as running raids are fun and doing strikes and doing dungeons, that is something that is static and never changes. It's just a mechanic you have to learn in the game to be able to progress it. PvP is where you really, really like hone how you play that game. And that just got to the point where it got so stale that I just said, I don't even want to play this game no more. So when I would get to a point where it's time for me to stop playing all the player versus environment stuff and go play PvP, and the PvP wasn't good, I was like, I'll just go play something else. And then I remember one time, literally I think I stopped playing for 2.5 months. And then I looked up and I was like, I haven't played Destiny in 2 months. And I'm like, and it felt good. And once you start feeling good about something and you like, I don't need to go back, you don't need to go back. And that's the thing that and honestly, that's what the spending did. Them allocating all of those resources to other places to not keep people hooked on the game by not having new things for you to do consistently gave people a reason not to play the game. And that was part of the reason why their spending went down when it came to people spending money on the game.
Okay, but so Attic, does you closed on it, or you still had more on the topic, or we just done with the topic so far?
It just comes down to it. It's like, look, I hate for this to go through. I will say that, in terms of PlayStation, here's the thing. Bungie made those arrangements. Bungie made those, signed those deals with those expectations. Mm-hmm. Bungie signed their own death away. Bungie signed their own platform away. I will say he's like the CEO of Bungie. I'm not going to really attack him 100%. Even though I feel like you shouldn't be over here flaunting your cars to anyone, which is interesting. I wonder, I hate to be a conspiracist, but the way Homegirl was talking, maybe he had different thought processes going on that wasn't public. I don't know. So it's like, because to me, it's weird inviting anyone to your house to see your cars unless he was trying to compensate for something. So
yeah, I feel you. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, so it's just like, even if I can understand, telling people, I got this car.
No, man.
People know that you're rich at this point. And it just seems like a huge stretch that your close friends, that's one thing. The people that's at your house all the time, yo, look what I got. Because at the end of the day, he helped build Bungie to what it was. It is not my place to tell him where to spend the money he gets from the buyout. But at the same time, these are your employees.
It was 1 billion to retain talent. So either you looked over at the individuals and said, they're not talent, or
but the thing is I don't think we know officially that money came from that. It could have been just his buyout.
Yeah,
because he was an executive, probably mad amounts of shares there. I'm assuming that's how it went, or something to the point where he got a sizable amount of that money. Like so it's just like, look, like I ain't gonna tell the man,
but it's always broke people trying to tell rich people what to do with their money, right? I mean, because I damn sure don't have 2-point-something million.
Yeah,
to
so
spend on cars.
It comes down to it's like, look, I ain't gonna tell you what to do with your money. If you want to go blow it all on some cars, that's probably something he wanted to do his whole life. He's probably a big car dude. He went and did it. But when you know that your company's not doing this good, why are you flexing it to the people there? That's why I thought it was awfully convenient. It was a woman he was flexing it to.
That's wild crazy. I didn't even know that part.
Yeah, so
I just knew it was an employee, ex-employee.
So it's like at the same time, it's like I don't know if he knew people were going to get laid off at this point. Maybe it was one of those situations where they turned around.
No,
and,
they knew.
Yeah,
he knew.
They knew.
So
because Sony fiscals is on the 8th of August. Everybody knows whatever cuts that are happening, they have to do it at least a week or two before those financials are in, because when they're talking to the shareholders, they have to let the shareholders know where the cuts was made from, and they don't expect these things to carry over into the next fiscal period. So these projections could look sort of this way. So I understand bad news always comes before the fiscal drop. So whatever news you're gonna get, be it bad or you can tell the health of the company those 2 to 3 weeks before they're going to go in front of shareholders.
I think his biggest problem is he was flexing too much. And it's like what Cog said. Where's the accountability? There's too many of these individuals out here making these choices, making these decisions that lead to not necessarily the company doing bad, because I don't necessarily think that that's the case. It's just, I do feel like because of the pandemic, we have gotten to a point where it's unrealistic to expect us to keep the growth that happened during the pandemic. Because I've talked to a couple people in the industry, and they said that's the biggest issue in the industry right now, is all that growth in the pandemic. These companies ain't trying to hear that was temporarily. We need to go back to realistic values because that money was inflated from the start. It's not realistic to expect that the next quarter and then the quarter after that. These companies are like, bet you we can keep it.
I beg to differ on two different fronts. I beg to differ because from a person that has lost company. Remember, I was playing Destiny before the pandemic and during the pandemic, right? Not after, because I lost companies during that period of time. I didn't have enough time to be putting time into a college course, which is Destiny. Which I call Destiny a college course because you have to run your raids. You have to, how many raids we run, Forte? We're sitting here doing rotations. Who don't got what? Who don't got this? Who don't got that?
Yep.
Then we do on Nightfalls. All right, did you do your Nightfalls for the week? How many characters you got? You got 3 characters. We're going to go 3 Nightfalls. All right, how many Trials of Osiris are you going to do? Just that and the third. This was college courses at a high level, right? This is at a high level because if you didn't have the skills, you was not hanging out with these guys. It was just not going to happen, and that's exactly what it was. But let me say something real quick. Governments bailed out big tech, but it was a loan, so they didn't feel the hit of the pandemic like we did. The inflation that they saw during the pandemic and the payback, they paid it back. They brought more people in because they never felt the hit that we felt. We always knew that it was going to come back down to a level. It came back down to the level. They weren't ready. They paid back. So that money that they did get, they didn't have. It was straw man money. It was never there. It was just something to make it seem like everything is okay. It never was. And now we're seeing the residuals of the straw man money being passed around the industry when we have Intel laying off 10,000 people a shot. That's the residuals of the straw man money being passed around by the government that is not backed by anything. So you have to understand, Bungie should have planned for this. And in a weird world, I think if they would have stayed with Activision and been part of the deal with Microsoft, it would have been crazy that they would have had to come back to Microsoft. But I think Phil and them gave them a heads up, and Bobby let them go to be sold because Phil never wanted them. Just saying. Sorry.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel like, it's like I said, people in the industry, these corporations they're wanting to maintain that money they were getting during the pandemic at any means. That's why they're laying so many people off, because they're looking at it like, what can we chop off that might affect it, but it's not going to cripple the company. And then they're like, okay, after we did that, what can we chop off that's going to affect the company dramatically, but not cripple it? Okay, after it's crippled, okay, what can we survive with and without? Like, it's sad, man, because it's like, we've seen it over and over again. And I've talked to so many developers where they say addict. It is way worse than you think in this industry right now. Friends that they had that was developers 2 years ago, they're all in other whole entire industries now. They're not even developing games anymore. He says the majority of the best talent in the industry has left the industry.
Yeah.
They're operating.
But we've beat a dead horse. No pun intended. Man, yeah, it was purchased by Sony. I did not mean that. Sorry, guys. But Game Informer.
Okay, so before we get to the GameInformer, we're at the halfway point. Let me do the few super chats that we have, and then pay some bills, and then we'll do GameInformer.
All right, cool.
All right, cool. So Dr. Strange Love $5 super chat. Bungie screws his employees and fans harder than I screw Sav. Okay.
Oh, baby.
Oh,
Wow, we got some fantasies going on here. Okay.
Yo, he's getting really, really extra lately.
Thank you for your support and patronage.
That's some dream on stuff right there.
Hollywood Rules $5 super chat. Remember when the Bungie purchase was going to be a bigger asset than ABK? Man, oh man, the ship be sinking. Bungie finally caught out there. Yeah. Yeah.
Jim said, "What you talk about, Willis?"
went to the well once too often, and that's what happens. Snowball Backslap $5 super chat. There is officially 0 successful looter shooters not named Borderlands, and Gearbox hasn't been able to hit on their last couple Borderlands games. Okay, he's including the Division in there as well, so he's not.
Right. He can listen. All tides come to an end at some point.
We got Blue with the $5 super chat. Did Sony see from back then? Man, Bungie's gonna F up somehow. We should buy them. Thanos Sony could use their piece deliciously. Yeah. They've extracted what they needed from them, so they're trying to figure out how to, like Attic was saying, take little bits and pieces off every so often.
They was trying to out talk a fast talker.
Yeah. Black Road at 357, member for 30 months, Lord Silver. Destiny was always said to be within Seoul, so of course we would revisit the same overall areas, but with new nooks and crannies. Why is that bad?
Man, don't be giving them no pass, man. They could at least showed us a different rock along the way. They have to show us the same building. Can we go to a different part of, can we go to a different part of the moon? Maybe another side of it, where there's different structures and it. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it's like the universe or the world of Soul is way bigger than the planets that they had on it.
And it was just small sectors. It's like, you mean to tell me we can have 3 parts of the moon, but we can't have 3 parts of Jupiter or something? Well, you can't really have parts of Jupiter, but you get what I'm saying.
It's like a gas planet?
Yeah.
I'm just joking.
It's
listen, I'm a fool. Don't worry about me.
At the end of the day, there was just a lot of aspects they could have handled. And I get it. It takes time, but it is what it is. Continue, Saul.
Yep. Okay, we are caught up. So let's mute our mic so we can pay these bills real quick.
Yeah.
All right. So IronLordsPodcast and the Health is Wealth initiative is brought to you by Timeline. Timeline, a life science company and a global leader in urolithin A with 10 years of scientific research to bring this product to market. I first heard about Timeline's MitoPure as the first product to offer a precise dose of urolithin A, which is a powerful postbiotic to upgrade your body's mitochondrial function. Mitochondria is extremely important to our cells' power generators and are a key influence in how we age. However, as the years pass, mitochondrial efficiency naturally declines, representing a large gap in the quality of life we can expect in our later years. For me, I'm taking 2 soft gels a day of MitoPure, and I can already see a significant improvement in my energy, my muscle strength, and endurance, as well as hydrated skin health with Timeline's MitoPure Day Cream. MitoPure is the #1 doctor recommended and only clinically tested urolithin A supplement that is NSF and Clean Label Project certified. As someone who values a long, healthy lifespan, despite what my insane schedule might indicate to the contrary, the physical demands of my job means that I need to keep my body consistently healthy and strong, and MitoPure has been helping me achieve these goals. So Timeline has MitoPure in 2 product designs to fit your needs. Their berry powder, which is great to mix into your breakfast yogurt or a daily smoothie, or the soft gels for those days where you're on the run and you want a convenient grab-and-go option. So, Lords, what are you waiting for? Timeline is offering 10% off your first order of MitoPure with the code IronLords. Go to timeline.com/IronLords for 10% off your first order. That's timeline.com/IronLords for 10% off your first order. With Timeline and MitoPure, the answer to longevity isn't a secret, it's science.
That was wonderful.
Yep.
So I guess we're gonna go ahead and start the third topic, the GameInformer. We got another Cognito message for you guys. We got another one, man. So we're gonna go ahead and get that going. Then we'll get to this because this is interesting in general. So let's go ahead and start that.
GameInformer. Yeah. Man, terrible week for me. My Destiny and then my GameInformer, man. I ain't been doing good, bro. I ain't been doing good, guys. But yeah, look. End of an era. Ending an era, man. Shout out to everyone over on those teams. I used to love how creative they were. So even from not just the magazine arm, but when they would do video content and they would do like rapid fire questions. Remember the ones they had with Luke Smith was really good. The Destiny relationship with GameInformer was very synergistic, I believe, during the Activision days. You know, they used to get a lot of the exclusives and the scoops and stuff like that. And all the biggest games, you know, iconic magazine covers. GameInformer was that wave, especially if you made front cover. And you know, we do know the relationship with GameStop. You know, all of us, for the most part, we go to that GameStop, you traded a game. What they tell you, if you want a good deal, be part of our membership program. And then if you're part of the membership program, you get GameInformer for free. And if you think about it, it was ingenious as far as circulation of a magazine. You tie it directly to one of the biggest retailers in games and used games and new games. And now everyone is automatically a subscriber for the most part. And man, that's iconic, man. Like, it's just sad to see. And then I think shout out to Gene Park. He put out a message in reference to in 2011, the circulation of GameInformer was about 8 million, making it the 3rd largest magazine in the nation. Bro, that's transcending. Like, that's now, you know what I mean, next level. That's why I always felt it was genius. And then to see it come to this, to see it just stop abruptly. And then here's the worst part. Like, not only is it stop, bro, their names is being erased from the pyramid walls. You can't find the articles anymore. You can't, you know what I mean? You can't even get an archive. Like, you're completely wiped from existence. Completely disrespectful to the staff, to all the people who, again, put the blood, sweat, and tears. Like, I don't even know what to say, man. The industry's messed up, bro. Like, this is the part that really saddens me. It's just the video games industry, no matter what, even on the journalistic side, it's ridiculous. And then come to find out, we hear said CEOs at GameStop insider trading. Oh, really? You out here insider trading, bad to be on, and all this other stuff. And now as a result, don't get me started. And again, it always comes back down to accountability, y'all. Accountability. That again, all these stakeholders, all these owners making all these decisions that ended up, you know, bankrupting or tanking something. But they're not the ones who lose their jobs, and they're not the ones that they have no accountability. And I think that's why people are super pro union right now. People are tired of it. Like, why would anyone want to get in this industry as a creative, as a journalist, you know, just to have, you know, like that? You're snapped out of existence. Completely disrespect. But we gonna honor their name, man. GameInformer, so many guys there. I remember McElroy. I'm actually one of my early come ups. I was very humble. The GameInformer account followed me. I was like, whoa, like I was like blown away, man. It was so humbling to see your peers that you respect, you know, respect us and ILP and LordsOfGaming.net. Like, bro, that is true humility. Like, you have no, like, touched my heart, man. So salute to everybody there affected. Hopefully some people can land on their feet. And shame on y'all industry. Shame on y'all industry for letting this kind of stuff continue to happen. You know, this is ridiculous. But last thing I'll say is that I always have fond memories of that magazine. And there's only few that I would put up there before Game Informer. The only synergistic relationship I have is probably EGM, Electronic Gaming's Monthly. Those are probably my two favorite gaming magazines of all time. But I couldn't wait to get a new cover, wait for it to come in the mail and stuff like that. Rest in peace to the OG. Pour one out for the OG Game Informer, y'all. Never forgotten, man. Hopefully they can.
Ooh, I think I canceled right when he was ending. But yeah, okay. So there you guys go with COG. Game Informer, I feel like it's a lot more important to people than me. Like, I hate that, you know, it happened, but I was never really, like, true to Game Informer like that. I mean, I you know what, King?
Yes.
You know what I just realized?
What?
Forte works for the company that...
Yes. Forte, you must answer. You must answer for GameStop and what they've done.
It got nothing to do with this. I don't know what English is.
Oh man. All right. So let's see who's gonna kick it off. Lord Attic. Your thoughts on Game Informer, seeing that you was an avid enthusiast at GameStop, purchasing Game Informer, being a member of their buying plan, and you were once what was it, a freelance journalist for Game Informer. Is that true?
Are we talking about me or like Gene Parks? Because I feel like this is not my origin story.
I was talking. Oh, Attic with a K. What's up?
No, that's Attic with a C or Attic with a T. K doesn't exist yet. That
okay. Oh,
that is like
Attic.
That's like future Deadpool type of thing. Okay, that is not lore yet. That's not canon, and stop speaking it into canon. Look, I hate it, but you know, it was always one of those things that people like Forte tricked me into getting with store credit when I traded and stuff. I haven't really got it in years because, you know, I don't trade anything to GameStop anymore. I don't go into GameStop, so it's hard to con me into buying or getting the subscription because I'm never there. You know, I will say.
I tricked you from over 1,200 miles away.
So, you know, I hate that it's gone because I do feel like at one point in time, like Game Informer was like one of the biggest magazines in the world. And I do feel like it was a huge anchor in the industry to show how big the industry was because we had one of the biggest magazines in the world. You know, one thing I will say is it's like Cog said, GameStop are geniuses because first off, they push that on you like they ain't no tomorrow. I don't know if you can answer this, Fortune. Have they pushed that a lot lately, or is that kind of been like, we want more pre-orders than that? Because they used to push everything on me. But I have noticed the past few times I've went in, they haven't said nothing about the magazine.
Because the magazine's not a part of the... I mean, it's still there. It's digital. It was digital only. I keep saying it was, but as of right now, it's no more. But it was digital only. You could only purchase the magazines in store if we had them. Funny enough, once the article broke about it being closed down, I had pretty much somebody order through the website all of my copies of Game Informer in the store. Like, it was like 27. It has 27 different ones. And literally all popped up in the order. And I was like, whoa, somebody's literally buying all of these because, you know, like you just said, it's literally been ripped from the face of the internet. It's like you can't see none of the old articles, you can't see any of the videos, any of that stuff. It's all gone. So the physical print is literally going to be the only way that this is archived now. So I can see why people are going out their way to make sure that they can acquire as much of it as possible because it's going to probably be worth a lot at some point in the future.
Yeah, being a person that worked damn near my whole life in print media, I can tell you that I saw the downfall of all of that happening once cell phones got to the point that you had search engines on your phone. and you were able to look up things and have instant access to news and all type of information. So I've seen production of newspapers go away. I've seen productions of magazines. Remember, we have Game Fan. We had all type of magazines, Game Pro, everything. We have all types of stuff that actually came and went. And it's sad to see Game Informer go, but there's a whole ton of gamers that never interacted with Game Informer at all on any level, right? So they were talking to us dinosaurs when we went in the store to trade something in, hoping that we will pass that on to the kids by getting them into something like, I don't know, like Godfather did into a program, because I had Game Informer coming to my house when I was part of the whatever program, that the rewards program, whatever they called it at that time. And it's just sad to see, because I have a couple of them. I looked at them upstairs and I was just like, wow, it's over. But I haven't picked up a Game Informer in forever. So it was something that was bound to go away. Now, I don't know all the particulars that was happening in the background as far as the inside trader stuff. But when your money's starting to go away, you're starting looking for different ways to scramble and make money. And I'm going to say this. If somebody comes to me and I have X amount of money in the bank or X amount of money into some stock, and somebody comes to me before the stock drops and be like, yo, I heard that the stock is about to drop tomorrow, I don't think I had the wherewithal to make sure all my stocks stay there. I'm going to Martha Stewart the situation, and my stocks is going to go someplace else, and I'm going to cash out that day. And I'm going to probably be sitting inside the feds. So sometimes insider trading is something totally different. It's somebody telling somebody, yo, be careful, this is about to happen, and that's illegal. So we don't really know. I don't know the particulars on what's happening at all. I'm just telling you, I wouldn't have the wherewithal if I knew something, prior knowledge to something happening that will affect me financially, and I wouldn't take action. We are not built that way as a species. If we know something is supposed to happen, we prep for things. We prepare for things. We try to avoid things. So I'm just saying, I don't want to cast aspersions on that situation. I don't know the particulars of that. But the magazine and all that stuff was bound to go away anyway. And it was just one of those things of yesteryear that actually just left like the dodo. That's about it for me.
My next.
Solve. I'm so sorry. I'm the host. And this is a show. I'm so sorry. Solve, sir. Please tell me, how do you feel about Game Informer?
I mean, it's 33 years, man. Like, we grew up with Game Informer, man. EGM, Game Fan, Game Pro, like those are the magazines that we grew up with. And Game Informer went through a bunch of different iterations. I think for me, the biggest thing with Game Informer was always obviously seeing the cover, right? Because they would get exclusive covers, you know, and back when getting that exclusive stuff was meaningful because everything wasn't online. And, you know, this was actually stuff you had not seen before. It was a big deal to get Game Informer. And I think for a while, Game Informer really had like a stranglehold on that, even over the EGMs and the game fans and stuff. They really, you know, they were that publication that was, you know, all about the writing, all about the articles, in addition to, you know, getting these exclusives. So, but, you know, as the industry went more and more digital, and they got bought out. What I don't remember is if they were always, you know, spurned out of GameStop, or did GameStop purchase them at some point? I kind of believe they started out independently and they were purchased by GameStop, but I could be wrong. But as kind of the fortunes of GameStop started to change and going into this digital world, it was, you know, the same what was said about the, you know, the print magazine, and just kind of like people kind of consuming that type of content as it is. Because the fact of the matter is, a lot of times people will go to a website like an IGN or a GameSpot or something like that, and they'll read a title, right, a heading, they'll read some of the stuff, and that's it. You know, when it comes to reviews, guys, you know, people will go to a review, scroll down to see the number, and then if they like the number, then maybe they'll see the review, they'll read some of the review, and it just, the long form content was finding it more and more difficult to find a home. So yeah, to see this go away, kind of, the writing's been on the wall for years now. Like over the past, I would say 5 to 7 years, they've been, you know, GameStop has been constantly whittling down this staff. Like every couple of years, they'd be, you know, see online, hey, this person got let go. You know, they just came in this morning and let 15 people go. But the expectation was still to put out a print magazine, right, in both print and digital format, and then continue with their online presence, which was like, hey, their podcasts and stuff like that. To King's point, like, or the stuff that Cog was saying, like, you know, they had a big online presence that they were able to transition to when they stopped being just fully a magazine. And it just, more and more staff, you know, were getting let go, to the point you can't run this operation, I think. And that was their plan all along, to sort of put them in a situation where they could shut them down without too much pushback, even though, you know, obviously they own them to do whatever they want. But the way in which they ultimately did this final sort of coup de grace was a slap in the face, man. Like, you go to the GameInformer website, and it's just a landing page right now for that final message that GameInformer staff didn't put out. This was a final message put out by GameStop. It's wild to me, man. So right now, there's the GameStop is not commenting on a path forward in terms of getting access to this legacy stuff. It's like it's gone in the ether completely. So unless you've been collecting this magazine for all these years in a physical format, or even digitally, right? You've downloaded it or whatever, and you have these digital files on your computer. For now, it seems like it's just gone. And since they haven't commented on it, and the way that they went about doing this, where they came in basically one day blindly, as they've done, you know, over the last couple of years, they've basically done this all the same way. They come in and be like, hey, X amount of people are gone. This person's gone. This time they came in and said, the whole company's done. Your access is done. The company's gone. We're shutting down effective immediately. And all of you, your severance packages begin today. To the point where you had people like on, I think this has happened before as well, there's people on work trips for the magazine that were not aware that they were fired.
Imagine how crazy that is. You're on a work trip, and now you're spending your money to get home and not their money. Like,
yeah, imagine that scenario. Like, it just sucks, because they were the final bastion of this, you know, this old way of getting our gaming information. And they did everything they could to sort of maneuver and adapt to the new way of doing things. To you know, to Cog's point, what you guys have said also, it was genius for GameStop to associate the magazine with this, you know, with discounts in purchasing games and discounts in store and stuff like that. It was genius, because now you had this insane circulation. And again, as things changed, and, you know, people purchasing less physical games, people mostly going to GameStop for hardware purchases and things of that nature, that changed as well. And it's just, to me, they kind of did everything right in trying to stay relevant, and it still didn't matter. So it's sad, man. For me, I always remember those GameInformer covers. Some of those beautiful art you'll ever see. Some of the ones that had like the double page, where it was the back page and the front page, and you open it up and you see the entire art. Like, I think The Witcher 3 had that, and a couple of other ones. Just beautifully well done magazine that it showed that everyone who worked there cared about just as much as they cared about the games and talking about games, and they cared about the presentation of this, and that never really changed over the years. Obviously, with the, you know, shortening of staff, they stopped coming out on a monthly, you know, cadence, and they kind of dwindled that down. But at the end of the day, the quality of that magazine never really saw a dip. So it's just sad that they go out this way and they don't have any agency in how it happens. And you have people, you know, that same day were working on that final magazine, which they said the cover was going to be Veilguard, Dragon Age. So that will never come to fruition. So it's a sad day, because again, They stuck it out. I felt like they figured it out in a way that should have been viable, and GameStop thought otherwise. So it's a sad thing to see.
That's the biggest issue I have too. It's like how are we having a scenario where people don't know they're working on a magazine that's not going to be around in a couple months? Like, yeah. I understand people in the chat will say that's how corporate world works. Why? Why is it that it's legal for a company to have people working on something and then the next day they say, oh, we good, we done?
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, sometimes companies hope beyond hope that the circumstance is going to change.
Yeah.
Because things change on the drop of a dime, especially when it comes to business, because tomorrow you may have a great investor. Remember, Microsoft invested inside GameStop. Remember when that happened, right? So they were looking at the finality then. Then Microsoft pops up, boom, we want to invest in you. We want to be doing this. We're going to outfit you guys with all the new tech. What the hell? Are you serious? We got a Hail Mary, a lifeline came in, and then they tried to parlay that into something totally different. You never know what the circumstances is going to be, especially when it comes to tech, because anything can change overnight. And sometimes if you're an internal optimist, and I know you're not supposed to be an internal optimist when you're supposed to be an economics, person, but you do lead with that hope, because you sat here, you've survived 33 years.
Yeah.
You always believe that there's going to be another day. And I'm pretty sure that they thought they had another day.
Yeah. I think the people left there, again, most of them have been there for quite some time, or at least extended periods of time. And they'd seen, the whittling down over the years of, the layoffs. So they knew to always kind of stay on their toes and not be too trusting. But at the same time, they kept doing their job, right? Like they kept doing their job like they felt like they had a job still there the next day.
That's integrity.
Yeah, that's integrity. And then that really is just, so I don't know that they ever felt comfortable over the past 5 years. I don't really think they ever really felt comfortable.
No.
But I think they felt that maybe the whittling down of the staff meant that GameStop was making them so they could continue to be sustainable and not ever reach this point. And that wasn't the case.
That's why I always tell people, don't be loyal to these companies. Go wherever you make the most money. I don't care what you think you like. These companies will replace you this time next week. These companies will get rid of you at the last moment, knowing that I've literally seen stories where a manager knew they were getting shut down and saw a couple of her employees go out and get new houses, like with their family and stuff. It's like, nah, fam. Nah. Like, if a company is offering you more money, take it. Don't stay.
Oh yeah. Now that part, what you're saying, yeah. But if you're talking about somebody that has been in a certain industry for 30 years, you cannot tell Maggie that's been in this industry for 30 years, get up and go do something else because it's going to be X, Y, and Z. That's not how we operate. Sovereign knows, losing it, having 3 companies. And the one company that did survive was not supposed to survive. If the company that was supposed to die, it was him. He was supposed to die. I never bet on the other ones leaving, because I was like,
they felt like forever businesses, right?
It was. It was absolutely foolproof. Who knew every hotel will be shut down in New York City?
Yep.
Instantly. My 3% of the Lower East Side, gone. Everybody that I knew that was in a position that could help me, gone. Overnight, by somebody saying, you got to wear a mask, you got to stay at home. We don't know what the hell is going on. So we had every day is something different, right? So, and you could have looked at me, because I had to tell everybody they no longer had a job. I had to bring that news. I knew somebody who just got a car that I'm like, damn, boy, he got a car note. So what is he going to do? He's going to write out these stimmy checks that comes every week that's made for you to eat, to pay a car note. Okay, so now you're going to go into debt it's just the times that we're living in and the industry itself, that industry, I'm so fearful for that industry because I'm a part of that industry.
Mm-hmm.
And those individuals that lost from that industry, those are akin to my brothers and sisters. And I feel very sorry for them because they mastered their trade in one area and they can't parlay that trade. You can't parlay that trade over here. It just doesn't translate. And Game Informer tried to make print translate to digital. They haven't done it successfully. IGN has done it successfully, but they're looking at consolidation and closures as well. So have they really done it successfully? I just feel that age in which we dealt with things is coming to a complete end. We don't know if it's today, tomorrow, or next week, but sadly, those people with those skills that are obsolete must find different ways to survive. And that is the bigger problem when I heard about Game Informer. The fear that each and every last one of those people must now have inside their soul and how to survive the next day, because not many people have enough money to last a month, let alone a week. That's the fear.
Yeah. That is insane, man. It really is.
Yeah.
R.I.P. in peace to Game Informer.
Wow, yeah. Just in general, I guess throw a little out there. Not a lot that I can say about it, being in that situation, but all I know is a lot of people were shocked. People was calling the store, asking about it, like when was their subscription going to run out or anything. And I was sitting there. Why you let everybody see how beautiful you are? Hey, why you got this so tight?
You did that. That's why I bought it for you first.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Why that's so tight? A lot of people were probably like really upset, wondering when the last issues and stuff. And I said, I think that's it. To come down to it, GameStop's quarterly report. Yesterday was the last day of the quarter. So their quarterly report is set for September, which makes sense for a company that usually operates on a month-to-month basis like Game Informer was, that it was going to probably come to an end this month versus go all the way through next month and then them do it. So once I saw that, I was like, okay, they're making, strategic cuts in different places and stuff like that, which is, something they've been doing for a while. But, Game Informer, that's a big one. You like you said, Soft. They were formed by FuncoLand, and when GameStop, FuncoLand, and then when GameStop purchased them in 2020, I think like 3 or 4 months after they purchased them, that's when they made the move to add it as part of the Power Up rewards, and that put it on the map, huge, like to the point where people were like, that's the only reason that they didn't care about the discounts or anything like that. They just wanted to get the yearly subscription because it costs more money to buy the magazines outright than to pay the $15 a year to get the whole thing. So I got a chance to meet Andy McNamara when we had our GameStop conferences and stuff. Really cool dude. I know it was really hard for him to talk about some of the layoffs that they had initially before this happened, because this has been like kind of a buildup over the course of like 4 or 5 years. But a lot of people saw it on a wall when it became that when you did sign up for the membership, it was only a digital option. Just recently, if you were a Power Up member, you got emails to say if you wanted to subscribe separately for a digital version, not digital version, for a physical version. A lot of people got that. And I know some people that took a part in that where you got it for like half the price. If you already had a subscription digitally, you could get the physical one too. So it looks like they tried every little thing they could in that thing, but let's be for real. Everything that has a shelf life of physical is just evaporating in front of us. It's like It's nothing we can do about it. It's nothing we can hold on to all these things like we want to, but the massive has spoken. Nobody really wants to have physical things sitting around them anymore. People are actively giving things away. Like if you look around your neighborhoods and stuff, you probably see more garage sales than anything over the course of like the last couple of years and stuff. So people are kind of shed that weight that they don't need anymore because first of all, housing costs way too much money. People are downscaling in the sizes of houses they're in just to get into more manageable stuff because they don't need to have the space that they have. And then it's just like human nature and stuff. Over the course of time, your interests change. I always read magazines growing up, but look, there's like they don't even like Primal when Primal guys went away. We don't even get like look, people were shocked about this. Think about it. You can't even walk into a store and buy a strategy guide anymore.
Yep.
So this is like the next step to that. It's like, at least strategy guides were a game to game thing that was like where Primal would go in and they would get some type of early access to the game to be able to play it and make the guides for the game that would benefit the customer and the developer. Now you're seeing that disappeared years ago, and they only make them for specific games. I think Tears of the Kingdom. So they made the 2 for Zelda. Those are the only 2 I know they made over the last like 5 years is the ones for Zelda. Outside of that, no physical media when it comes to that. Everything's online. And now Game Informer, once again, just another tragic tale to the fact that physical media is something that people really don't deal with anymore. And then when it comes to the digital side of it, there is so many places like this podcast or Addicts Arena or Rand or anywhere else. You pick your favorite content creator that you can get the same information from. Maybe not as like to the core of like getting it directly from like their mouth from the developer, but in a lot of people's eyes, people like us, we're like the authority to a lot of people at this point. So they could care less as long as they get the same information. And that's not really helping that type of media anymore. So you're starting to see just a shift in that mindset and narrative. So RIP to them. It was a long
YouTube killed game. YouTube killed the strategy guide for stuff because people would rather see a visualization of what they're doing rather than read it in text form.
Yeah, they killed it. So yeah, that's where we are now, and I'm sad to see it go. But like I said, in general, it was always going to happen. It was just how it was going to happen, and nobody expected to be like no preservation. I think that's the biggest shock to it.
That
like,
part.
You can't click on you. It's like at least go to at least how Nintendo did it, or even Xbox, where they was like, this is shutting down at this time. Preserve
give you
that
enough
you
time to preserve. Yeah,
exactly. This was like a switch that was flipped overnight, and they were told, and now you can't go click on any of the old stories, like some of those really incredible first look videos that they would have for the digital version of it. You can't get that stuff. So that's the thing I think is more heartbreaking, and that's why you're going to see a lot of people going out their way to find any piece of Game Informer that they can, because that's how that legacy is going to move forward. Because guess what? Everybody's not going to experience it in the near future.
Yeah, and I tell you, that stuff is going to be worse. Some stuff. I have I have a friend right now who's going through all of his old stuff, including video gaming stuff and whatnot. And he's always been very good about keeping his magazines still in the plastic wrapper or whatever. Like he'll pull them out, he read them, put them right back. He's been going through that stuff, trying, selling it off. These things, they fetch a pretty penny, like a pretty penny. So I can imagine what old Game Informers is going to start to go for now, because again, without the preservation part of it, which a lot of these older magazines never had, right? They never lasted long enough to get a digital version of these magazines.
That's right.
Game Informer is kind of the only one that's been able to do it, but we'll see what GameStop decides to do. But the fact that none of that is accessible is kind of crazy to me. So we'll see.
So Xbox reports
Whose topic is this?
I wonder whose topic is this? Well, Sav, we saw the Xbox financials come out this week.
Mm-hmm.
And being that I know you're in these Twitter streets, you're always fighting with individuals over who sold the most, and you're always trying to figure out how much money one corporation has versus the other, who's selling what and what's happening. You're in the know at the front lines, arguing with this person and that person. Please tell me, Solve, what did you think when Xbox financials came out and hit the streets?
That's correct. That's what they call me, the biggest Xbox stan on the internet. That's my nickname. That's what I'm known far and wide for.
Solid nickname.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers came out, and I gotta say, nothing was surprising, right? Hardware is down, services up.
Broken record at this point.
Yeah, it is a broken record at this point. I just think, to a point that Forte made earlier, I really do think, in sort of pushing this narrative now that they have the games, right? They have the cadence of games coming. I do think that it is. They should rethink this idea of talking about Xbox as you don't need an Xbox in order to promote and continue to grow this ecosystem. I really do think, because when you think about it, right, the person who hasn't invested in the Xbox ecosystem yet, if you give them the option, okay, download the app or whatever, get your Fire Stick or whatever, it kind of doesn't feel like they want to commit themselves to a subscription either, unless they jump in, feet first into the whole ecosystem with the console and Game Pass. It kind of feels like the person who's going to play this, on via the cloud or whatever, isn't really about the commitment anyway. So you don't know that they're going to stick in Game Pass. So I really do think this narrative about you don't need an Xbox. First of all, it's marketing 101. Don't ever put anything with a negative connotation. Less than more.
You don't need this. My product.
Exactly. And you never do that. You find some other way to say what you want to say. To say it like you don't need. So that one is still baffling to me. But again, I guess it gets to the point of you not needing an Xbox. But I think they need to change that, because again, I think moving forward, I do think there is some space to grow in the console space, especially what we've seen recently with all the college football and people who don't play anything but that finally have their game back, and now they're looking to jump into getting a new console. Obviously that Series S is the lowest point of entry, and it should be a big seller in that regard. So to me, let me see. When I'm looking at the performance, content and services revenue provided some balance, increasing 61% year over year in quarter four. Obviously driven by the impact of the Activision Blizzard King acquisition. That makes sense. Let me see. The personal computing stuff increased by 14% to 15.9 billion. So Windows is windowing out, doing what Windows does. So yeah, I think overall they're where they want to be in terms of their services continuing to grow. They're focusing on putting their services on as many platforms as possible, as many screens as possible. They've said that stuff ad nauseum. But so all in all, for them, I really do feel like the business is going in the directions they want it to be. But I do sort of worry about detaching Game Pass completely from a piece of hardware and really trying to sell it as this ubiquitous thing that's out, in the cloud or whatever. Because I just don't know that the person who's going to play primarily in the cloud is going to be someone who we consider a hardcore player who'd be willing to pay whatever X amount for a Game Pass subscription.
So you think that they're targeting the hardcore player when they're talking about streaming games on Fire Sticks or TVs?
No, they're definitely not. But I do think when you're targeting that type of player, right? When you talk about we want 2 billion players, right? When you're targeting that type of player, I really do feel like it is worth going back to target maybe a more hardcore player that hasn't jumped into your ecosystem and target them in a way that makes that it once again puts the console at the forefront, as opposed to spending all your money on trying to get that person, you know, that's going to stream the games, right? If you know, one game every couple of months, if that, and trying to get them in, because, and I understand you want to do that. They've been wanting to do that. I just don't know that the efforts are going to bear the fruit that they want, because it feels like that type of player isn't the type of player who's going to, you know, commit themselves to a subscription. They might try to finagle, which you can't really do anymore, finagle the 1 month to play the one game they want to play or something like that. So I just, yeah, and they made sure that can't really happen anymore.
Yo, they really got that inside.
They got that.
If you're not on no special purchase plan to get in, you're not Godfather.
It's a wrap. So they have kind of they fixed their tier system within Game Pass to kind of mitigate that stuff. You can't really do it. But I really do feel like, you know, with the games they have coming out, it feels like they have stuff that will appeal to the hardcore gamer that maybe has not jumped into their ecosystem yet for whatever reason. They're PlayStation guys that never really cared about the Xbox stuff until now, or you know, younger kids who've been in the Nintendo ecosystem that are now, you know, jumping up to one of the, you know, either PlayStation or Xbox. I feel like that idea that
solve. Let's say you're sitting there with the metrics, right? And you're looking at it, and you've been doing this for years, and you've known that PlayStation will always hit 120, Nintendo will always hit 130, and Xbox will always hit 80. And throughout the lifespan, and it never changes. There's a ceiling that they keep on hitting. There isn't any growth in the sector, but yet there are 3 billion cell phones walking around in these streets, and the majority of them is playing Candy Crush or whatever. So they have a thought process of video games, but they're not hardcore. They don't care about that stuff, but you do see they do have Netflix subscriptions, they do have Discord, they do have this, and they do have that. So do you think it's smart to market to the same pool of individuals that are over here that maybe might flip-flop in between the two, and you might shift maybe 1 or 2 million inside the same pool? Or do you look vastly over at that other pool to try to get those individuals either at your benefit or your detriment to this pool where these people are? Do you think that's the thought process with telling them that you don't need an Xbox and you just bought a Samsung television, and hey, if you happen to like video games, we got that for you?
For sure, it behooves you to try to market to the people that you normally don't, to try to get them in 100%. Right. I just don't think, when you talked about the mobile stuff, I really do feel that people who really want to play their games on their phone want to play phone type games, right? And they've done what they've needed to do to sort of address that, right? They got King, you know, Candy Crush, all the Candy Crush coffers are going right into their pockets now, right? So and
500 million.
Yeah. So all that money's going to them now, and I'm sure they're trying to cook up other ways to make more money.
Diablo Immortal.
Hey, yeah, bringing back Diablo Immortal, right? We talked about that earlier. So I think they're doing what they need to do in that regard. Right. I just think long term, does that mean you decouple that from Game Pass proper, because the rest of Game Pass doesn't appeal to that type of gamer? I don't know. The thing is, as a whole, when you try to push Game Pass as that's the ecosystem, a lot of that stuff is not going to appeal to the person that wants to play a game on their phone. Some of the stuff there will, right? But not all of it. So they have to figure that out, to me. But yeah, absolutely, you need to market to the people that aren't listening to you at this point. There's no point in spending, you know, crazy amounts of money on preaching to the choir. That makes no sense. Although there are members of that choir that are still not in, I do think, you know, again, you do need to spend that money on people that normally would not be engaged in your ecosystem. 100%. I just worry that they have to don't eliminate that conversation around the console. Well, you're going to bring out another console, right? So, and probably that messaging is going to be
drummed out by mistake.
a little bit different just because, you know, we're thinking about probably a portable version, right? Something a portable or a hybrid or something of that nature. Then now you're talking to both sections of the market now, right? And now you're hoping that that crossover,
you
right?
build it before it comes, right?
Before
You
it
build
comes.
it and then
Yeah,
they
and
come.
you get them used to it, right? So
Right.
that is very
True.
smart. That is very smart. I hope it pans out that way because again,
So they're grooming them now. If what you're saying is they're grooming the gamer.
they're borging them in.
Forte. Being that you are a man of the people, being that you are actively looking at financials weekly, daily, monthly, and you know what stock you have and what stock you don't have. So you know what numbers is real or what numbers are fake. Sir, what did you think when the Xbox financials hit the streets? I'm curious to know. You're muted, sir. And those bars were probably lit.
Repeat all them bars.
All them bars. All right, so let's see. As soon as I saw the numbers, I was like, first thing I saw, I was like, man, how much better would these numbers be if they told people that they didn't need stop telling people they need an Xbox?
Right.
But you know, like we said earlier, you know, it's like consistently ever since ABK became a part of the numbers, you know, part of the reason we're in the position that we're in right now is because of those numbers and how much they stand out compared to what they were bringing before. It kind of just brings in a whole nother lens of transparency that Xbox and Microsoft is now looking at it like, man, this is how far behind we were in revenue generating as a company for video games. That this one entity could come in and skew the numbers that much. Like we're not talking about 5%, 10%. We're talking about 50, 60, 70%. Now, granted, what's going to happen next year is going to be more of the key because now you're fighting against yourself. So we're going to really see what those numbers look like going into 2025, 2026 and stuff like that going forward. And that's where you'll really see what Xbox and Microsoft really have going on when it comes to like next gen consoles and how they're going to strategize around, you know, mobile and games as a service with Xbox Game Pass and everything. But for me, we just keep coming back to the fact that I'm gonna ask you this, King. This is for you.
Right.
If you are a person, okay, where does Xbox, because it's all under Xbox now, those revenue numbers, where are those mostly generated at?
What you're talking about? The numbers from Xbox itself.
Yes.
They're generated from services and software.
Services, where are those services and software mostly linked to?
Services and software is mostly in the PC section, along with the Xbox ecosystem. Now you have a new umbrella with Nintendo and PlayStation as well. Because once you picked up ABK, you became a third-party developer, regardless of whatever your thought process was. So you had to factor in those partners that you see. So that services and software is across the boards. It's all over.
It is, and that's the thing. Now, for me, I don't disagree with, like you were saying, you know, because I listen to Front Lines and King, you be going ham on it. You be talking that talk.
My XWO,
yeah,
Xbox World Order,
yeah, Xbox World Order. I'll be listening to it, but
Blessings.
you know, for the most part, like Soft said, for me, it's like with Bungie,
right?
Like Bungie made the mistake of doing way too much stuff fast instead of going what's working right now. Right now, you have Activision in your coffers. You have the ability to build as much revenue as you can in the ecosystem that you know the best. Now, do they know cloud? Yes, because they have Azure, they're Microsoft, for God's sake. They know what cloud is. But in the gaming sense, does cloud do more for them today or does it do more for them tomorrow? Versus, will the console do more for them today than the console would do later on? Because if I was a betting person, I would feel like 10 to 15 years from now, then the conversation around cloud will be the bigger thing. I feel like right now is your opportunity to be able to bridge the gap between both of them by telling people like, hey, these are the benefits, because it's all about what the console is going to afford you now by bringing those people into the ecosystem by saying, hey, yes, you may have a Samsung TV, and yes, we do want you to play your games on that Samsung TV. But these are the reasons you probably want to own an Xbox, to be in that ecosystem. You want to get access to Discord chat so you can talk to your friends on multiple platforms. You want to be able to play your games natively on that particular console. Or even if you are a person that doesn't fancy the console, here's a PC, and here's our ecosystem built around PC, so you can still enjoy those same games in your ability to play them in a hardware-driven environment. So that's what I think needs to kind of happen, because my biggest thing about the whole conversation is I don't mind them talking about what the future of Xbox is, because we all know 2013, Microsoft said a lot of great things. It just wasn't time for it in 2013 because nobody was ready for it.
TV. You talk about the stuff that we doing now?
The stuff that we doing now. The stuff that we doing 10 years later. We weren't ready to do in 2013. So Microsoft, that's why I will always give them their flowers on, hey, they know what they're doing. The question is, are we going to do it faster than we need to and give up ground? Because I feel like right now they have the perfect scenario. They have everything. PlayStation they have their games, but Xbox they have a war chest of games that they can literally put out there overnight that they can literally boost the sales of their console if they wanted to. It doesn't change the fact that all of the games are going to still do what they want them to do in other platforms later on. It doesn't change any of that stuff. It just comes back to, what are we doing around the console to show that the console still has viability? Because right now, that's what's missing. People that are buying consoles now, the hardcore feel like they don't need a console, and that's why you see most of the hardcore going over to PC. The people that are buying consoles now,
I don't buy none of that though. But go ahead.
Well, no, well, I mean, yeah, you don't have to buy it. It's just, I mean, Twitter's just Twitter, so that's a small part of it. But I will say that a lot of people still want to buy consoles because NCAA proved it.
Yes, no.
Yeah,
see, no, what I said, I didn't buy that dudes was going over to PC. For Sovereign's eloquent statements that he would rather buy a whole console than tweak and twerk any goddamn thing. Right? So you send a console dude a rug and he gonna send it back and ask for a Switch. I'm just saying sometimes that it doesn't translate, but continue, sir. I do apologize.
No, you're good. But in general, I like the direction. I mean, it shows that they have a plan. Like I said, the plan just needs to include more release dates and stuff in the future. but for the most part, we have finally almost gotten to that point where we can say a game a quarter is going to be something that you're going to enjoy inside the Game Pass. It just ultimately always comes back to, how are gamers going to inject themselves into that game? Pause. For the most part, I just feel like we need to just stop. And this is maybe because it's from a retail driven side of it.
Yeah.
Microsoft, I don't get any money off of selling Xboxes. All I know is, being a person that sells them, PlayStation doesn't have to do anything. All they have to do is just exist. Because right now, like you said, they're accustomed to selling 120, 130 million consoles. So they know they're going to sell their consoles no matter what. And the reason they know that is because they know the customer knows that. They know next to Nintendo is PlayStation. And then for the people that grew up on Xbox, they're just the Xbox people. That's what they kind of look at it as. Whereas Xbox had that during the 7th gen, during the 360. And then they just kind of floundered a little bit over the course because they didn't have the identity that we wanted them to have. Now that the identity has been established around Game Pass, around cloud, around Play Anywhere, just because I can play anywhere doesn't mean I don't want to play on an Xbox. So I need the messaging to be more about, hey, this is why you want to play on a console, but if you don't have it, these are the other options. It's nothing wrong with giving people options without telling them they don't need something on the other side. I need the negative connotation taken out of it. And then I think Xbox is in the perfect place at that point.
Okay. So, Lord Attic, my guy, I've watched your videos. I love your videos over at Attic Arena. I love your videos, well, on the former Attic show. I missed that. I missed that show. I swear to God. Hopefully they come back soon, sooner than later. Now, you've had many different takes on the situation going on at Xbox. And the last financial showed an end-over-end growth that was akin to 60. And this financials show the same level of growth in the same sectors. What is your opinion of the Xbox financials that did come out and the information that was released to the public?
I think when it comes down to it, it's, we can argue left and right about whether or not, can they consistently keep this growth up once the ABK deal has went through a year. You can make the argument. I think that's a fair argument, but it's like they still made that purchase for a reason. They knew that they needed the tools that ABK had to grow in this space. They said that in the court hearings.
The leaked documents.
The leaked documents. So I think it comes down to, it's like, I don't really care about the financials at this point. It's just like, I just want to see, okay, you spent all this money, show me why.
Mm-hmm.
I don't play PC. I don't play mobile, so I ain't getting nothing from it. I don't
So
really
you're talking
play
about as a console dude.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
I don't really play anything on Windows, so I don't really get nothing out of that either. So it's just like, why, from my perspective, should I care about this? And I think that's where I'm at this point. Because, when it comes to the Bethesda thing, I cared about their games. I don't care about Call of Duty like that. I like Overwatch. Overwatch is a fun time. I don't play WoW. I don't play none of that stuff. I've always been very vocal on this show that the ABK deal is not for me. He even said I wish it was Sega. Like, their games have never appealed to me, but I understand why they made that choice, and I understand why that's something that's really important for Microsoft, because, if you're trying to carry something up such as Game Pass, you're going to need a casual audience. And you can make the argument that there's no stronger audience. There's definitely other ones like GTA 5, but there's not many that can compete with Call of Duty by any means that they stretch of the imagination. And I think that's clearly where,
that's available.
They're caring for.
Yeah.
I do agree with Forte that they need to stop this. You don't need a console thing. Name me one other industry that you've seen one portion of the company is promoted by shitting on another portion of the company. Like, I've never seen it done, ever. I've never seen any company.
So you're saying Microsoft is a one of one?
Yeah, and it's not a good one.
Okay.
There's ways that you can promote this without telling people not to buy a platform. I don't understand why the people over there at Microsoft thought this was it. This was the right move. It's like, you see it. And what's funny is when they posted the financials, guess when the hardware drop started dramatically happening, Solve?
When they started talking about that?
Mm-hmm.
The business meeting in January.
Okay.
They had 31%. 31% after that. It was like 44% in the quarter after that.
Yeah.
Like, people say numbers.
So
There's numbers.
That had nothing to do with the economic situation across the world. It just had
everyone
something
else
to do
is
with
having
Microsoft.
everyone else is having semi-plus quarters.
Well,
No one else
beg-
is being 50% almost.
Wait a
quarter to
second.
quarter.
Nintendo just came out and they are 46% down in hardware
Oh
sales.
my god!
But again, I will let you finish. Sorry, I apologize.
The point is the Switch is also at the end of its generation, and it's also almost hit the ceiling that the Switch could realistically sell.
But I also think Nintendo actually, because they came out and told people that the new thing existed too.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
that's
it's
the
just
reason
like,
why their sales is down. You think that the
part
new
of the
thing is
reason.
coming, and people said, okay, I'll just wait for the new
no,
thing.
I
no,
think
there-
the reason their
there's a
sales
lot
are
of
down
different
is because
reasons.
everyone that has that wanted a Switch has a Switch.
Okay.
I mean, throughout the years and years like that, you're just. I mean, the Series S and X and the PS5, we're about midway through the generation, but I mean, even the majority of these generations, the Switch was still beating them.
Yeah.
So
that's kind of crazy.
So it's just like, look, like, there's no one's ever going to convince me that you need, in order to sell something, you need to downgrade another one. It's like there's 1,000 other ways they could have marketed. So
you didn't like the marketing?
Are you
that
gonna let
was-
me speak, or are you just gonna?
I'm okay. First of all, when you're the host, what you're trying to do is get more out of the conversation. So I was asking.
You're trying to lead the
more.
witness. That's what you're doing.
Actually, if your paranoia can stop getting a hold of you, you can allow me to talk to you and have a conversation about what I think you're trying to say, because I just need you to elaborate, because maybe somebody that's listening or watching thinks like me and probably doesn't understand exactly what you're saying, so they just need a little bit more clarification. So that's all.
Okay,
I'm just
go
asking you
ahead.
for
Go ahead,
clarification.
King.
Too
Well,
late. I already lost it, but go ahead, go, sir. I apologize. I
forgot what I was gonna say.
Exactly.
Well, because you consistently in midway through a sentence like intervene and try to like reword what I'm saying. Like,
No, what I was asking though, because what you said is that Microsoft, you feel, is one division is issuing on another division in the same company at the detriment of each other. That's what you believe at this point, when the market with the marketing, because you don't agree with the marketing when it comes to.
But so do you agree with it? Just to clarify.
Yeah, I agree with the marketing, and I.
So
and
you agree that?
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly with everything that you're about to say. Everything that you're about to say. Yes.
So you feel like the best way to market cloud is to tell people not to buy an Xbox?
Yes.
Can
I
you
will
explain
clarify
to me why you think that?
Yes, I will. All right. So, Tom just brought a Samsung television. Tom doesn't play video games, but Tom is an active television watcher. As a bonus, we do have this service that's here that's on the dash. So what is that? I've never played video games before, because my head has been in my books the whole time, from school to college, and I don't have any free time, but I finally got some time now. So what is this Game Pass thing? And he clicks the Game Pass thing. Tom doesn't have a thought process of buying a console. Tom doesn't have a thought process of what an Xbox or anything is, but he just knows that he has a Game Pass app. And they tell him, oh, you can have any Bluetooth controller. And some games work with your remote control. You buy into the service. And let's say you find a trial, you do the trial for $1 and you like the trial. You say, oh, this is cool. This is a bonus that comes with my television. I didn't need to buy an Xbox. I didn't need to spend $500 or $300 to partake in some of the games that I may like here, but I'm not a hardcore gamer. So having an extra piece of hardware in my house doesn't appeal to me. But me purchasing a television that has this extra bonus, that's cool. And I try it, and I might like it. And if I might like it, I keep it. Now, I'm not looking forward to a Valve or anything like that, but they do have Candy Crush. And I am kind of addicted to it because it's kind of fun. And I don't give a damn about Call of Duty. But I do like Castle Crushers because it's kind of cool, and I like the little guys that's running around on the screen. Am I not an Xbox dude? Am I not on the Game Pass platform? Does my $2,000 purchase or my $700 purchase of the Samsung television doesn't qualify me as a gamer? That you're trying to get into the ecosystem and not worry about the pool of people that's over there that's flip-flopping in between each other, trying to run and go back and get all the guys that left for the PlayStation 4 from the Xbox One era to get back over here now, which might be futile at best. You might get one or two of them. You might flip 1 million of them. We're trying to sell them new hardware. But is that guaranteed? Or is it a little bit more ingenious to slip that Trojan horse in to devices they already own, to the people that don't care about an Xbox at all, or PlayStation, or Nintendo? But they do have this thing. Or let's say you go to Muma's house. Right, Calvin? You go to Muma's house and you're there for the summertime and she just got her Samsung television, or you got your Fire Stick. And your mama didn't get you an Xbox, but Muma got a Fire Stick XL Pro. And all I got to do is get a controller. And you go outside and you mow a couple of lawns and you got that Fire Stick there and you got your controller and you just plug it in the back. And guess what you're doing now? You're streaming. Because you got sent to Muma's house for the summertime and you thought it would be absolute hell. But here comes Amazon to the rescue and allows you to play Game Pass. So those months that you were at Muma house, that you paid for Game Pass every month, is not wasted because your Game Pass follows you. Isn't that ingenious? Is that ishing on your hardware division, giving you more options? I digress. I said, I totally agree. And I said yes to everything that you said. And you could have said anything out of the blue and I would have been messed up. So I'm glad that you did. And I appreciate you as a brother. But yes.
I need, before you get off the stand, I need to ask you a question. that Samsung TV you just purchased.
Yes,
why
sir.
did you purchase it?
Oh, I didn't have a television. I just, like I said, I just finished college. I really never had any time for anything. I started dating a girl and she's talking about Netflix and chill. And I have no idea what the hell that is. So I brought a television because I talked to my buddy and he was like, well, you need a television. And I'm like, cool. What else do you need? Well, you need Netflix. Well, how do I get that? Well, it's an app on your television. So while I was browsing the apps, I saw a whole bunch of other apps that was there too. And Game Pass was one of them.
Okay. So once again, the conversation isn't about you discovering Game Pass on your own by owning something that has Game Pass compatible apps on it.
Right.
It's about Microsoft actively marketing the fact that you don't need it. It's like, so for me,
that's why I'm not even having the conversation.
I'm perfectly good with what you just said. I'm perfectly good with how you just did it, Kay, because I feel like that's the way it should happen. Like I feel like
organically.
Yeah, organically. If you come across it and it's a benefit to you, absolutely. I'm also good with Microsoft just doing commercials talking about, hey, don't have an Xbox? Hey, fire sticks and TVs and stuff like that. You know, it can always be. I think people look at the misconception of them saying you don't need an Xbox. There's like two different ways of saying it. I can tell you don't need an Xbox, but I can also tell you really don't need an Xbox. And for a lot of people, it feels like most of the conversation is around you don't need an Xbox because we have these other things, the other ways for you to play, versus, hey, you're not, like you said, talk to them like they're not the gamer that you think they are.
Right.
Like, you're not a gamer. Like, these games that they're talking about, they're marketing those games to us, the hardcore.
Right.
We're the ones that they're talking to. But then in the same sentence, you're telling those same people that you don't need a console. And that's the downside that I have with it. It's like, you're not just, it's like the conversation is
like a backhanded slap to the hardcore guy.
Exactly, but because
Right.
if you go if this was CES, no problem. If
Right.
you're at CES and Samsung's up there talking about all the new iterations for the TV, or Amazon's there with the new Fire Stick, and they want to talk about all the new benefits of it, and Microsoft wants to go to that showcase and they want to showcase and put videos on their YouTube channel or do commercials around CES to talk about, hey, Game Pass this, not having to own an Xbox. In that setting, absolutely no problem. But when you're on E3 or Xbox showcases, or you're at anything that has something to do with the word Xbox in it, then you should be talking about how it benefits the gamer. And then we can also add in how that expanded compatibility with other platforms and other pieces of tech can make it, enhance
enhance your experience.
And that's what we are looking for, and why we want them to stop doing the
In marketing. So
Exactly.
your
That's
problem isn't the peripherals that's there. But let me bring
No.
it back to Attic, because this is Attic's part, and I do apologize, Attic, for us hijacking your segment. Please, sir, do you have anything else to say about the Xbox financials as you see it? I do apologize.
No, I'm good.
All right. So I didn't being that I'm the last person, and this was my topic when I saw it.
Yes, sir.
I'm listening to everybody, and I hear that everybody has a problem with the marketing aspect of, you don't need an Xbox. I look at the financials, right? And Forte said something that was very potent. He said, after these guys got ABK, they looked and said, we was this far behind. Like literally, they was probably dancing in the mirror to themselves thinking that this is going to happen. I honestly think if they didn't get the Activision Blizzard deal done, this is the last Xbox console. Okay. And all that stuff that everybody was talking about, because paranoia don't start from out of nowhere. Paranoia starts from a place of realness, right? When you're in a room and the room is dark, the paranoia that you go through at that moment is anything can exist in that darkness. You just don't know where, right? That doesn't mean that it's there. It doesn't mean that it's not there. But the fact that you're paranoid about that darkness means that it's a possibility. So people were paranoid at the Xbox itself going to expire, because if we were looking at the tea leaves and we were looking at the end over end drop in hardware, which sorry to break the news to everybody that's watching, the end over end hardware drop is happening to everyone. We're in an economic crisis. It's not just Microsoft. So being that Microsoft is a $3 trillion company and they do invest in projections on where the industry is going to go, and Forte eloquently said sometimes they're a little too ahead of their time and they misstep before they're supposed to execute. And they're like, you shoot your shot before the target ran past and you missed your shot. That's Microsoft. And Microsoft has been doing it for a long time. But then it comes in the frame that they were smart enough to take the shot. They just took the shot at the wrong time. The industry is heading in a place where we already have who we are identity-wise as far as hardcore gamer and the people that they market to as far as consoles go. So when they came out and they spoke to everyone and they said, we do have a hardware coming out, it's because they do see end over end growth in the sectors that they expected to see growth in. 60% last quarter, 61% last quarter, 62% this quarter, 61%. End over end growth in software and services. They had a drop down in AI because the hardware doesn't release until September. So when the hardware releases in September with the new AI chips inside all of the machines, you're going to see an uptake in that in the next fiscal period. So that's a misnomer when you're seeing that 17%. That was kind of like, trying to predict where the market was going. They understand by gobbling up a lot of the AI stuff. I'm not going to bore you with that. We're here to talk about the Xbox itself. I've told Sovereign numerous occasions, you're not going to beat the champ trying to beat the champ. You're not going to beat the champ doing the same thing the champ does. Sony would never come out and tell you never need a PlayStation. Sony would tell you to the detriment of yourself that you need to buy a portal, you need a PlayStation. You want PlayStation VR, you need a PlayStation. They will always tell you you need a PlayStation. You want to play our first-party exclusive games, you need a PlayStation. But if you look at their market, if you look at their operating costs, they were minus. They were in the red. And they're cutting costs all over the place. So is that forward-seeking, placing games and putting games in other places in order to stay viable? What I explained to you earlier, if somebody told me that a stock was going to drop and I had ownership of that stock, I was going to sell off before it happened. So what Microsoft is doing is they're placing their eggs in something that they know that they see growth in the marketplace. Now, I'm not saying that they're going to stop doing hardware, because I think the pivot to both consoles, both manufacturers, is the hybrid console that Nintendo showed you is marketable. It can work. What further pushed that point was the ROG and the Steam Deck. They see it's a market in the hardcore community, because it only sells, like Sovereign said, to the hardcore guy. The guy is not going to go get a ROG and say, why the hell am I tweaking this? You knew that ahead of time, right? So the hardware that they're going to be selling is going to be ambiguous, and it's going to be, versatile enough to stream, to play on your screen, in the home or on the go, with various marketplaces that's inside. So you're building those partnerships, if you will, with NVIDIA Go or NVIDIA Now, Amazon, and various other entities across the world that they gave 10-year contracts to. You don't give 10-year contracts to individuals expecting yourself to fail. You give 10-year contracts like promissory notes that I'm going to abide by these rules because I understand the market is going this way. And they knew if they get ABK, what was going to happen. And this thing has happened now, and we're seeing it. I told you the last fiscals that it will be the same thing next fiscal period. I expect consoles to be down, but I expect software services and software to be up. I expect that to be. And also know that the hardware being down, surfaces and all that other stuff was combined in that whole thing. It doesn't matter. What matters is if Microsoft, and I always bet on greed, if Microsoft saw that ABK can move the needle like that overnight, and they have enough purchasing power to survey the field and to see who else can move the needle in such a fashion. And Forte said earlier, and so did Sovereign, and so did Addict, that Sony is not beholden to the deals that Bungie made about being third party with their games that's supposed to come out. Sony could say that Marathon is a Sony product, and I don't need to share it with anyone. What stops Microsoft from seeing something that can move the needle that's out there? The same way Call of Duty did, and go out and purchase them to move the needle further. Don't you think instead of having 61%, they want 100% growth in that sector? I saw the financials and said, there's so much trouble that is coming now. No longer is Microsoft and Xbox looked at as the little engine that could. Xbox has too many games. They must ship on every platform. They are the only one that is probably the leading third-party developer with a first-party console and hardware in the space at this moment. Xbox is very important right now. And Microsoft knows this, that's a cash cow. Do they invade the space like we always thought they would? I believe so, because I believe in greed. Like I believe in the cheap person. I believe that they made sure that they put it inside Fire Sticks. I believe that they made sure that they put it as an app and put it free. I believe in the Trojan horse theory, because once they're in, they will invade, they will infest, they will become more, they will multiply. Xbox World Order is real. I believe that because I believe in Tom that just wanted to Netflix and chill with Tina, but stumbled upon Candy Crush and a Game Pass app and became part of the Xbox ecosystem. And he's been assimilated to the Borg. I believe in stuff like that. I believe in happenstance and serendipity, and stuff happens like that. But I also believe if you market in a manner that is a detriment to the hardcore, you risk losing the hardcore. I also believe Microsoft knows how to get you dudes, which shows in June. That is 9 out of 10 shows with Gamecoms, with all these big shows. All they need is a big show to make you forget about something and show you some hardware, and you're right back in. I believe in that. That's what I saw when I saw the financials. But this has been a fantastic day today. And I know, Addict, I have been insufferable to you. I do apologize.
No, the chat just like, oh, addict this, addict that. No, it's just I know there's certain things that I'm not going to go back and forth with King for 45 minutes to an hour. I want to actually finish Zelda today. Like, it's like I know there's certain conversations. I care more about the hardware business than I care about the cloud computing, that I care about that stuff. So obviously when I speak from a perspective, I'm not trying to hear no conversation on they might stop. Look, I know that the consoles all have a lifespan, and that's fine. But my thing is, I don't want the lifespan to hit at a time where everyone else is still delivering consoles but not Xbox. And that's cool. We can disagree on that, but like this chat needs to relax off of the moment there's some form of like disagreement, there's beef. Like it's like, calm down, guys. It's not that serious. Like,
oh no, it's not no beef between
no. People are like, because I said I wasn't gonna engage. All Addict's mad. No, Addict just knows for a fact this conversation's not going to be productive because we've had it like 80 times. Addict's done with this conversation. Like,
Addict has his own opinion, and he's always welcome to it because he's his own person. I have my own opinion, and my own opinion is not based on how Addict doesn't game how I game. Y'all got to get that through your head. Not everybody games how you game.
Yep.
All right, and if y'all wouldn't know if y'all went and watched Addict Arena every so often, he just told you that he streams one Zelda, but he's in the middle of another. Ask him why he didn't stream that Zelda. See, you got to talk to him and engage with him to get his mindset, to understand how he thinks about something. I know Addict fights for you guys and wants hardware.
People are saying, well, you talk about it every week because there's always a conversation that's going on in the general idea of the news. Like, it's not that I'm just randomly bringing this stuff up. 9 times out of 10, when I bring something up, is because it's relevant to whatever conversation we're currently talking about.
True. Well, guys, we missed Cog. I missed the hell out of Cog today. And Sovereign, we have a whole bunch of chats today. I do apologize that I can't help you with the chats because I wear shades. and my eyesight isn't good.
Hey, Saul, you know what you do? You say how you read the super chats on Frontline.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So where are those glasses at? Time out. Wait a second. They're right here. And if Sovereign ever said, yo, King, I need you. I'm stepping away right now. Please read the super chats. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take out my cape and I'm going to say, dun, dun, da, 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 and I'm going to read the super chats. Now, I'm going to tell you, they're not going to like how I sound. They love how he sounds. I read like what, like a teenager. This guy reads like a Harvard graduate, and I love him for it. You know why? Because more super chats come in for his sexy voice.
Oh,
I guess,
man.
yeah. I don't know about that.
Hey man, you got guys talking about 10 grand. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. To finish off, pause. THX 1138, $2 super chat. Legacy OG Mags, Game Fan, EGM, GameInformer, Game Pro. Yep, that rattled off
Yeah.
those same ones. That was all in the rotation. And EGM2. Remember EGM2?
You remember
When
Yeah,
right?
EGM2, yeah.
they
remember that.
separated them out. Yep. Then we got Geesh, $2 super chat. GI was cool, but I miss magazines with demo discs. Yes, the official Xbox magazine used to get a
yeah.
whole bunch of that stuff. The
Man,
PlayStation
hell yeah.
magazine used to get all that stuff.
The internet killed that.
Yep, murdered it. Then we
Overnight.
got, pretty much. Then we got Void Lock, $2 super chat. Bungie might get treated like Old Yella in a couple of years. I don't know if it's gonna be a couple of years.
That's next year.
No,
next,
I don't.
Next fiscal period.
Part of me feels like PlayStation wouldn't shut down Bungie. They would at the very least turn them into a glorified support studio.
Yeah.
So, because I do think they spent a lot of money on that studio, and they will try to keep them around as much as possible. As long as there's decent talent there, the good talent, they will use them. The moment
Well,
that
like Ben's
talent's
studio?
gone, yeah. Probably a glorified Ben Studio. I don't want to compare Bungie to Ben Studio, but
I like Ben's studio.
yeah.
These studios, they're pretty good, man.
They're good, man. Let's see what they're making now. I hope they're making something good.
They're making someone else's game. I can tell you what
Yeah,
they're making. They're doing what Bungie's going to be doing for the foreseeable future.
They're making marathons.
There we have, but I think
You know, it'd be funny if Bungie Bungie makes Ben's game and Ben makes Bungie's game.
Oh, man.
You never know.
You never know.
over there, right?
Yeah, you never know. All right. Then we have Mini Mayhem with a 10-pound super chat. First time doing this brilliant podcast you guys have, and amazing how much work you guys do. Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Blessings. If this is your first time seeing us, this is not normally how we
Yeah,
work.
this is not normally.
I'm
not-
saying,
I'm not
Another
the
2
host.
hours.
I'm the comic relief. I'm not the host.
I think he's probably referring to catching it live.
Okay.
Oh, blessings. Thank you.
Then we got much respect. Shame to hear about Bungie layoffs, and hope they all go to 343. Hashtag Halo Reach 2. I wonder what the story for Halo Reach Part 2 would be.
We do not want upper management over at 343. We already cleaned out whatever
already
mess we
cleaned
had.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Talent
good.
definitely come back. I don't want anybody with decision making powers going on there.
None. Zero, sir.
There we got the Angry Therapist MD, $5 super chat. Instead of saying no console needed, they should have used Phil's words, play anywhere and how you want to play. Yes, exactly.
Yes. You know what? I totally agree with that, because saying that you don't need any console to somebody that just purchased the console like myself is a smack in the face to my $300.
Mm-hmm.
So
exactly. Then we have the Rubber Knob, $5 super chat. What if the plan is once they're hooked on xCloud and want a better version, not step to Series X?
yeah.
I don't know, man. I mean, it could be. I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, you know, we do have ads and marketing that's inside Game Pass. So
Right.
it's not like Game Pass is an isolated silo that only shows games. No, you can go to the store and you can buy hardware. Could you imagine it? What is it like local? You know, what if Tom really gets rambunctious and wants to get a headset too? Like, you never know.
Danny Passion, $5 super chat. Explain to me how telling my friend who doesn't have an Xbox that he doesn't need an Xbox to play Xbox games. It is a good thing, not a bad thing. That is assuming your friend is willing to spend on a subscription service to play Xbox games in the cloud. That's assuming that the moment he goes on there, he's like, oh, let me try Call of Duty first on the cloud, and has a whack experience that he's not turned off.
I've noticed when it comes to this conversation, they give all the best scenarios to their narrative, but all the worst scenarios to
they
the
give none of the
other one.
caveat. There's no caveats given with
no
this.
caveats. That's the problem. There's a whole lot of caveats. If
Well,
you told
good
me,
thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no. If you told me xCloud right now was at the quality of a GeForce now, I have no argument for you. I have none.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. But
Don't have to
you
worry
can
about that. They got GeForce now, don't they?
right.
No, they
They're
working on it.
They're working on that the same way they're working on Discord. It's coming. It's coming. Pause. What I would say to anybody that's going to stream, it has a disclaimer that tells you that your experience may vary due to your connection. So, if you can't read, don't touch it.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Read the fine print always. Then we have Truckle Chuckle with the 50-pound super chat. Sorry to bring the mood down. My father passed last week. He worked tirelessly for 50 years so that we could have what he didn't. Thanks to him, I get to play games and discover people like yourselves. Hug your loved ones and love to you all. Thank you, my brother, and our condolences to you and your family. Yes, hug the people that you love. Hug the people that you love and tell them that you love them. Yeah, man. You know, I look at my dad, and thankfully he's still here. But he worked his entire life busting his tail for us to have what we want. And yeah, he's at a point where he can't enjoy his retirement and what he's earned. So much love to you and your family.
I tell my kids every day when they're in school or whenever they leave the house, I don't let them leave the house without saying, you know, I love you to whatever loved one is in the house at that time, because you never know.
You never know.
Never know.
Yeah, and you're not guaranteed to come back. You know, I get into car accidents. You don't never know. I got into one almost fatal car accident. If I didn't press the gas, I wouldn't be here. Guy ran a light in a semi Mack truck and split my car in half. And that was because he was a drunk driver. That's why I don't drink and drive. So you never know what's going to happen. So don't take anything for granted. You love somebody, tell them today. If you miss somebody, tell them today.
Yep.
You know, and we do, like I said, our heart first condolences to you and your family.
Yeah, trouble.
Speaking especially of my family got like the worst luck ever. It's like someone cursed us in the medieval eras, and like there's some ritual that we got to do to break it. Like I'm in the middle of a movie and my family just don't know it. Like, so, like,
you got to buy a Fire Stick and play streaming games. No, I'm just joking. I had to go be like, we'll be cursed forever.
Forget that. All right. Then we got Brett Bingham, $5 super chat. Xbox could have also marketed it as the best played natively on Xbox Series console. I still don't think that sounds great.
I think do that it's just something as simple as play your games on the go. Play your Xbox on the go.
You want.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like I know there's other ways to market that. You don't got to straight up tell people not to buy one of your other products. But keep going. That's all.
You might. Well, they do listen to us, so you know they might have a reversal on that rhetoric. You never know.
Mm-hmm. And we're done. We're caught up.
You know, speaking to that last super chat, that Series X, the Series S one. Let's have the conversation with Microsoft about, and not now, in the future, about what do they do with the Series S going forward, because as we get further and further away from the release of that, I feel like that should end up being like, it should always have a place, but I feel like, especially since they still want to support and have that system out there, but at some point, when are we going to like look at that system and say, hey, natively the games that come out in the future aren't going to be able to run on that, and that would be a perfect place to really test your online infrastructure when it comes to cloud-based gaming on that console.
Yeah, well, I mean,
in the future.
They kind of started it with the Xbox One, right? When they said certain games weren't, you know, if you still have your Xbox One, you can try this game in the cloud. Like, okay, sure.
Those things should be dead. They should kill those guys off because they're holding everyone back. PlayStation 4s and Xbox Ones, kill them all, and I don't care about them.
Apparently, certain Xboxes can't update it anymore.
They're good. They're good. They hit a button and they shut you off, and you can't update.
They nuked them.
And shout out to them. But I don't think that we have encountered a game. That's why I told you about, you know, the Fight Night. I don't think we've encountered a game this generation that can't be run on the Series S without work. You just got to work.
Exactly. You got to work
right?
for it.
And I just haven't seen it yet, right? Because I've seen people play Fortnite on a potato, literally. But it just hasn't been made yet. And I guess when they hit that milestone of that game, probably eternally too, because it could be E-Day, right?
It could be.
Yeah, you could be looking at E-Day, and what if they come and they tell you, yo, listen, E-Day for you guys are going to be streaming, but what we won't do is limit the Series X because it has 12 teraflops and whatever spill they come out with, and tell you that this will be streamed this way, and some parts of the game will be whatever, because we already see that sometimes it's run at a lower resolution. It's run at some of the lower frames, and guys, you pitch a boogie woogie, but I don't see the sales stopping. Right?
Yeah,
I don't see anybody saying, oh, okay, you know what? No, I'm just going to go buy a Series X. No, you don't. You continue to go buy the cheaper option. I always respect the cheap dude. That's how the PlayStation 4 got into pocket power. I understand $100 cheaper. I'm going to go with that. And you're supposed to do that as a consumer. So
You're always supposed to go what's better for you.
right. So I don't know. I really honestly think that we haven't got that game yet. And whenever that game is, whatever it could be Grand Theft Auto 6.
I think the biggest thing is there's too many popular games that have accessibility on previous gens. And until you start closing those doors, you're never going to see big traffic into these new consoles. Because think about it, like, I would say this generation and half of last generation is the first time games as a service really started extremely popping off. These games, these casual audiences, they're still on last gen because they don't need to go up. Why would you?
Yep.
And let's be honest too, when it comes to like exclusives on PlayStation, Microsoft, I would say Switch is different. Like all the games are fun, but nothing has been so demanding that you upgrade.
Yeah, that forced you to get there, and everybody keeps looking over to one of the big guys, and everybody now the upgrade messiah is Grand Theft Auto 6, because Call of Duty didn't have the nuts to say, come over. Microsoft said, no, we worry about our shareholders because we spend $70 billion and we're not going to cut out this segment that brings us a lot of bread. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to let somebody else do it first, and we see the migration over, then we will follow suit. But we won't be the first people to fall on that sword because we've been falling on sword for almost 20 years. I feel them.
I think Microsoft though would make that decision with Call of Duty if they knew that they would get the lion's share of the upgrade path going forward when it came to that game.
They're not getting that.
Yeah, they know they're not going to get it. I think PlayStation is too rooted deep into that as of right now. So they know if they make that move, it's mostly going to benefit their competitor than anything else. So they're going to wait for somebody like Madden or NBA or Grand Theft Auto to make that decision for them.
Yep, I'm with you.
Yep. Well, that's it. We are caught up on Super Chats.
Sub is like, yo, I don't know who started this new topic, but let's get the hell out of here. Yeah, Addict, could you please roll the credit? Where are we sending these people to?
We're going to send them to me. I'm going to play some more Punch-Out. I actually have a vendetta against this damn game.
Who are you fighting right now?
Fighting?
I don't know his name at the current.
What do you look
in the
like?
chat.
What do you look like?
It's some dude, like I don't know. He was really weirdly built. Like
what he does?
Is he super muscular? Like super muscular?
They're all super. Oh no, they're not all. There's some weird looking people in the game. Hold on, I'm loading it up right now. It is load suspend. He's got like he's bald. He's got a mustache. He laughs all that. Soda Pop, I think's his name.
Oh, Soda Popinski?
Oh, he pissing you off, ain't he?
Yeah,
because
he's like a gatekeeper to.
He is a gatekeeper.
His abilities are just weird. Like I feel like I have the timing down, and then it's like he speeds it up. He just dials it up for no reason. Like
It's coming for you, bro.
I love it.
I'm gonna send you guys over there. I'll probably stream for about 2 hours because I do want to. Let's see how long. This game before I almost lost it yesterday. I'm not gonna I almost lost it yesterday. But
you see how dedicated this guy is? He sat here for 5 hours plus. and he's about to go give y'all another 2 hours. Please, everybody, go
shift.
over to that stream and everybody support, share it out and stuff like that, please. Because it's nowhere in hell you would have got me to do anybody's show after this show, or get me to do my show after this show. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm just going to go cut my pops' hair. So that's what I'm going to go do. Go hang out with my pops a little bit.
That's right. That's what's up. Tell
I'm
your
gonna
papa
send you
something,
guys
what's up.
over there. You
Yes,
guys have
sir.
a good day.
Yes, sir.
Peace.
Peace.